a quick live stream. Someone asked me, how much money does it cost to go to Palawan to do? There are 12 Japanese warships in the area of Palawan that you can dive. Now, each ship is located in a different area, but they're relatively close to one another. And I have called up M.D.I dive center that I dove from, who is an excellent dive center, for 2 days now, and they don't answer the phone, which is typical in the Philippines. So I finally got a price. I went on to their website. It's M.D.I, Michael Delta India, and they have a website on Facebook, and they also have a website on Google. The average cost for 3 dives a day is 5,200 pesos, about $110 for only the 3 dives. That does not include food or hotel. Now, hotels, I looked up the prices for hotels in Palawan proper, and I'll show this to you so that you understand when I say Palawan proper is a completely different than Palawan Island hotels. So the Coron Eco Lodge, which I'm going to show you first. This lodge was located right by the terminal where you come into the port of Coron, this Coron Eco Lodge. What's going on here? This lodge here is 3,600 pesos per day for 2 people, and that's breakfast included. So that would be about, just figure, $70 per day for 2 people, including breakfast. However, the prices go up to 5,000 pesos a day if you want a little bit more luxury at the Venus Royale. And this is located in the boundaries of the city of Coron. However, me personally, I would prefer to stay on an island outside of the city because it's a much more quiet environment, and also everybody on the island are divers. Here, most people are divers, but on the island, it's a much more diver-friendly environment. However, prices for the island hotel rates are upwards of $100 per night for 2 people, and that does not include food. So the best guess that I can give you for the price of a hotel is $70 per night for 2 people for any of the local resorts on the island of Coron proper, and $100 per night and up on a private island. But food is about 50% more for a dinner, or a beer if you drink beer. So you have to figure approximately $150 per night for a hotel on a private island. And what you're going to look at from a private island could be something like this, but not necessarily a rock formation. Most of the islands are a rock formation, but you're on the island facing the ocean. So the benefit of diving from an island location Everybody on the island is a diver, and those are the people that you're going to be spending the next 7 or 8 hours of your day with each day. And then you can all share stories. So my best guess to dive these Japanese war wrecks, and there are 12, would be $200 a day minimum if you stay on the island of Coron proper, $250 a day on average to stay on a private island. Now, if you decide to stay on a private island, that's not problematic because you can take a boat. Let's say you stayed here. Let's say you stayed at this resort here, and this is a private island resort just off of the coast of Coron proper. I've been here, but I did not stay here. Okay, so this island resort will cost you about $150 per day for the hotel and another $100 a day per diver. So at that point, you're looking at $350 per day for diving if you want to stay at a beautiful luxury resort like this on a private island. And there is, of course, a pool in the back and jacuzzis, and there is nightlife on this island. Most islands don't have any nightlife. This one has a band playing at night. So $350 a day for 2 people would cover your food, your hotel, and your dive package for 3 dives a day at a custom resort like this. $275 per day for a not so luxurious resort on an island, but no pool and no nightlife. And to get from this particular resort, which is about 4 minutes away from Coron Island proper, you get on a little bunker boat, and it brings you, it's a shuttle. It's kind of like a cab, and it will bring you from this resort to the island of Coron proper. However, $350 a day for this resort, you have to add travel expenses to get to the island, which vary $200 to $275 per person round trip from a place like Cebu. So, best guess, I know what it cost me. It cost me $1,200 for 8 days of diving, plus my transportation, which was another $300. So it cost me $200 a day to stay at a private resort back in 2016. It's almost double that now, or $350 per day. Now, I will give you the name of the dive center that I dove at. They're still in business, and they are still, in my opinion, probably one of the best. I had no problems at all with M.D.I divers, their instructors, their prices, or the accommodations. Well, the accommodations were simple. They were very simple. That's why they had such a great price. You could get air conditioning for $60 per night, or you could pass on the air conditioning for $50. I took the air conditioner, but the accommodations themselves were very, very simple. A room with a bed and clean sheets and a clean environment, and the dive boats were running in perfect running order. So I'm going to give you the link for the M.D.I divers on my video, and then if there's a question, if you have a question, I'll give you that. I'll give you the answer if I can answer the question. So let's just get that link pasted in here. And then we're going to go here and open that up. And then if there's a question, we'll go to the question and answer part. Scott Del Fuego. Michael Fazio. I admire the strength to absorb huge setbacks like the bear flu. Serious injury, that was the ladder collapsing. Duplistic fake partners and cyclones, that would be Warren. And still keep plugging. A man's man, spine of steel. Thank you, Scott. So we did have some setbacks. There's no doubt about that. So the reason I'm posting this information is because one person asked me how much does it cost to dive, and there's no set price. But I have dove in about 4 different locations in the Philippines, and the only one I enjoyed was the Palawan diving expedition that I went on twice. I did do that particular dive area 2 times, and they cost about the same, $1,500. I was gone 10 days both times, 8 days on a private island both times, and both times I had a great time. And I have dozens and dozens of videos of that experience. But the best price, the best guess that I can give you for 2 people is that you're going to spend about $350 a day plus airfare, and or plus transportation. Now there's 2 ways to get to the island. I've done them both. One is to go to Palawan proper, Puerto Princesa, and I'll show you that on the map. Okay, Puerto Princesa, P-U-R-E-T, Puerto Princesa, Philippines. Okay, now I'm going to show you this map, and then I'm going to show you how to get to Palawan by car and boat, bunker boat. Okay, now this is the island of Palawan, and this is, for me, I would do it this way. Now there's a few reasons why I would do it. It's not any cheaper, that's for sure. In fact, it's days of travel longer, but it's a much more beautiful trip than just getting on a plane and landing at an airport. So you are in Puerto Princesa over here. Your plane is going to land in Puerto Princesa. Or you could, of course, go to Coron and fly there by plane. But Puerto Princesa would be, if you're going to experience Palawan in its beauty and all its glory, Puerto Princesa is where you want to start. Now here, they have an alligator farm, a crocodile farm, kind of a monkey jungle, and the town of Puerto Princesa itself, well, it's not much different than any other city in the Philippines, except that the city is backed up against water, and I could show that to you. Down here is the Puerto Princesa Garden Resort. Well, for me, I wouldn't go back to Puerto Princesa again, but Puerto Princesa is a big city, and it's right on the water. You can't go in the water here, though. You cannot go, like if you went to Puerto Princesa National Airport and you wanted to go to Puerto Princesa City Baywalk Park, which is where they have concerts and nightlife and bands. Okay, if you wanted to go in the water here, you could not. I mean, you could, but I would not. because all of the affluents from the city get dumped right into this bay area here. But Puerto Princesa is a famous place, and some people would want to go see it because it's Puerto Princesa. But me, I would pass on that. But I would take this trip up the coast again, because there's several places that you can stop off here, and there's several beautiful beaches along the way. Now, in order to get from Puerto Princesa to Coron, this island is about 100 miles long. You would take a van, air-conditioned van, and you would get on and you'd go up this yellow road. Now, Roxas is a place that you might want to stop and spend the night. It's a beautiful beach in Roxas. I've done that. El Nido is another famous name place. But I'm going to tell you right now, you can do diving in El Nido, but you have to understand the water where you're going to do your diving from. You're going to dive off this edge of El Nido here. This is where the dive boats park. The water here is amazingly septic. Amazingly. It would be almost like walking into a septic tank. That I'm not kidding about. All of this mountainous area here, all the affluents go right down into this beach area right here, Leo Beach. And this water is a kind of a clear green, and it's pure septic. So I personally would not go diving from here, because you have to walk through the water to get to a dive boat, and that would not be my first choice. So El Nido is a very famous name, and the boats leave from this area right here, from this beach area, and you can walk all along here. But I did that, but I would never do it again. So I would go to El Nido, because this trip up the coast is about 5 hours by car. Okay? Now, from El Nido, what's going to happen from El Nido is you are going to get on a bunker boat. A bunker boat from El Nido, the top of Palawan proper. And you're going to go from this area here on a bunker boat. Now, El Nido, for photographers, from the shoreline of the beach I just showed you, this is what you see. You see these beautiful mountains, but you can't go in the water. Don't go in the water in El Nido. Don't go swimming. I would not go there. So now from El Nido, you're going to get on a bunker boat, and this is why I would take this way. Okay, you get on this bunker boat here. It's about 150 passenger bunker boat, or 100 plus person bunker boat for sure. And on the bunker boat, right here, are going to be mules, pigs, goats, motorcycles, and about 100 people. It is a trip to experience this bunker boat where they have mules, pigs, goats, and people packed solid on the bunker boat. But the most beautiful part about this is you're going to cross 25. The most beautiful part about this is you're going to cross from El Nido, right here, El Nido. You're going to get on this bunker boat, and you're going to cross from the bunker boat here over to Coron, this island up here. And that's going to be 25 plus miles from here to here across the ocean in the Philippines on a bunker boat that's about 150 feet long. And the boat goes through waves that are 3 and 4 and 5 feet on a wooden boat with wooden outriggers and wooden pontoons held together with 300-pound nylon monofilament test. That is a trip with the goats, the people, the mules, chickens. It's just a trip. So this is photography central, this trip here. Now then you get to Coron, and now I'm going to tell you again. Coron proper, right here, where we're going here right now. You're going to come into the port of Coron, where the bunker boat lands. Okay? There's 3 things you don't want to do. You don't want to go anywhere within 3 to 5 miles of the city of Coron and look for a beach. You want to go 5, 8, 10 miles away from the city, because the city of Coron is a very, very populated area. I'm talking densely populated area in Coron City. I don't know that we could see that, but what we have here also is this is Coron Bay. What we have here at the port where the boat lands is right where the boat lands is a septic tank that's about 500 feet by 500 feet, if it's still there. And that septic tank is where the effluents from the city go, but the day I went, it rained, and the effluents went in and out of the tank, and the bay where the boats are, where the boat lands, was a giant septic pond. I mean, it was an amazing... I worked inside septic tanks most of my life. It was like being home again. You know, I mean, it was the smells, the sights, the things that come out of that big tank. You don't want to go in the water anywhere near the city. That's why I suggest you get to the city, you find this place called M.D.I. Divers. It's about 7-minute walk from where the bunker boat leaves you off. Not even 7 minutes, maybe 6 minutes or 5 minutes. And they had their headquarters about 6 or 7 minutes away. I think it's in the same place. See, diving center in Coron town proper. And if it's the same place, it's the back end of a restaurant and bar. And this is about the best dive center that I went to. The 2 times that I went there, I tried 3 different dive centers, and I enjoyed this place the most. So that's all I really have to say. I don't really have much more to say, other than you do not want to go in the water in Coron town proper, where the bunker boat parks. You do not want to go in the water in El Nido proper. You can stand on the beach, but you don't really want to go in the water, and you cannot go in the water in Puerto Princesa. You can go in the water in Roxas, beautiful beach, clean water, and you can go in the water in Coron proper, about 6, 7, 8 miles from the city. Now, if you want to go to Coron, you can also, if you want something different to do, and I did not do this, but I know it exists. You can go over here to this side of the island, on the far side right there. Sulu Sea, it's called. Those beaches have pristine beaches, white sand, flowing water. But, and this is a big but, all of the refuge, all of the garbage from the entire island of Coron is brought over to the Sulu Sea area. And they throw it off of a pier, and it's loaded with sharks, because that's the one place that they gather to eat. And that, by feeding them on that side of the island, it keeps them over there. And that's something that you should know about. But it's the beaches, the mountains on the Sulu Sea. Very, very nice. Beautiful, very photogenic. Now, the rest of Coron proper is not much. Like I said, you want to go to this city area here, and you want to get a hotel in one of these little islands right here. There's little teeny islands right here. Like this is about 2 miles from the city, 5 miles from the city by boat. Water taxi. And you pay about $3 for a water taxi to bring you from the island to the city proper. And the water taxis run from 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. So it's a nice trip. Oh, man. It's a beautiful trip. And it's well worth going to the Japanese war wrecks. Now, the war wrecks are about 10 miles away from the city proper. 8, 10, 12 miles, like that. And that, you will get a boat to go on a trip. And that trip, if you go from the city, or if you're on one of, I would always suggest, you cannot bring, look, anybody that has dive gear in today's world. Now, my dive gear is all antiques. Okay, it really doesn't have any value at all, my dive gear. But I wouldn't buy new dive gear. I would rent their dive gear. And that $110 a day, that includes fins, snorkel, mask, weights, and tanks. So I would do it like that. I would not bring my own dive gear. But if you have a lot of dive gear and you bring it, that's just a lot of work. But what people do have that are divers is they have cameras. And their cameras are worth $10,000, $5,000, $15,000 worth of camera gear. I would not put all that camera gear in a hotel room in the hotels that I saw when I was in Coron. Because they're just a wooden door, and you could open the door up with a credit card or a butter knife. That's the places that I went to look at before I rented an island villa or a room on a private island. I did not rent a villa. It was just a little room. But I would not put $15,000, $20,000 worth of dive gear and your passport in a room in Coron proper. Because if it disappears, what are you going to do? You're not going to find it. And that happened. Not to me, but to other people. It's happened before. And they know that you're a diver, and they know your cameras, the value of your cameras, and they know that, that's a lifetime savings for the people. And it happened while I was there, but not to me. I only brought junk diving gear, and I left it. I brought it to the island, and I had no problems on a private island, but I would not stay in the city of Coron, unless that's what you want to go there for and you're not a diver. But dropping $20,000, $15,000, $10,000 worth of camera gear and leaving it in your hotel room at night, I think that's dancing with the devil. So I'm going to end this live stream now. And if anybody has a question, I'd be happy to answer your question first. Let me see. I have to get a new battery for my mouse. Okay, let me do that. My mouse, Scott del Fuego. A room with corners. Hold on, I need to get a battery from a new battery. Fortunately, I have a new battery right here. And then I don't know which one is good though. This one looks pretty good. Tell you what, the batteries that you buy here in the Philippines are very inexpensive. For these green batteries like this is the kind of battery you want to buy when you get here. These green batteries. For these batteries, for 4 batteries is about $1 for 4 batteries, and they last quite a long time. I mean, in the mouse it lasts a month, but the mouse light is always on. That's the problem with the mouse; it's on all the time. I forget to shut it off. But if you buy ever-ready batteries or Energizer batteries, they don't last much longer, and those batteries are $6 for a package of 4. The green batteries are about $1, a little less than $1. But for ever-ready, if you go to an Ace Hardware, you don't want to buy a lot of things in Ace Hardware, but if you go to an Ace Hardware store, the ever-ready batteries are over $6 for 4 batteries. And they don't last much longer. They may last a lot longer, but I don't think they do. Personally, I would just rather buy 6 sets of 24 batteries, and the 24 batteries are going to last longer than the 4 batteries for $6. Now, another thing you don't want to buy if you're in Ace Hardware is a product like this, 502. If you go to Ace Hardware, this product here from a non-Ace Hardware store is $3, 150 pesos. $150. Well, it's 149 pesos. For a bottle of glue like this, it's 150 pesos. If you go to a little eyeglass repair shop, you buy a 1/4 of an ounce of this stuff for like 50 pesos. If you go to an Ace Hardware store, you pay for this 400 pesos, $8 for this jar. You go to an off-brand hardware store, you pay $3 for this jar. So if you know how to shop, I mean, this is the same 502. It's the same product, the same size container. This is $150 at an off-brand hardware store or a side store, and it's $8 in Ace Hardware. So 3 or 8, it's almost 3 times the price, but it's the same product. Same size, same weight, same name, same product. You really have to know how to shop here in the Philippines, because you can get a lot of products, but their price of paint, for instance, is, and I know paint, Their price for paint is 1,000 pesos for a gallon. And if you go to a paint shop, you can buy the same gallon for 680. So that's 320 pesos less. That's $6 less per gallon. Now, if you go to that same store and you don't know what the price should be, the girl will charge you $8.80. So she'll charge you 200 pesos more than what she'll charge me because you don't know how to shop. Plus, she knows me, and I know what the price should be. But Ace has a bigger overhead. They have more aircon. They have more people. They have more advertising. They have to charge more, but it's the difference. Let's say it's 680. Let's say 700. Let's say it's $13 for a gallon. It's the difference between $13 a gallon and or $20 a gallon. That's a $7 difference just to know where to shop. So you really, when you move here, if you don't know how to shop and you just go into the first place, you might get lucky, but most times if you don't know how to shop, you're going to pay 20, 30, 40% more on a lot of items. And in this case of this 502, from $3 to $8 is almost 200% more. That's a big difference for the same product. All right, let's go back to my, I think I'm done unless somebody has a question. Oh, you know what's weird about the rubber bands? Oh God, you know, I don't know how these people figure out inflation, but let me show you something, Scott. Okay, this box of rubber bands, this box of rubber bands. When I bought it, it was the box was this long, and it had a price of 190 pesos. This box of rubber bands now is 500 pesos. It went up from 200 to 500 in 2 years. Same box, but less rubber bands. By weight it was sold, if I remember correctly. So it went from 200 to 500, and let me see if they still, no, and it had 225 grams of rubber bands, and now I think it was 200 grams of rubber bands. So it went up 150% more and 25 grams less. The box is smaller, and for all I know, the rubber bands are smaller. But the price of rubber bands is through the roof. I mean, now that's a big difference. That really is a big difference. We're not talking about a few cents here. We're talking about 150% more money, because $2, 100% would be 400 pesos. It's 500 pesos. That's a 150% increase, and 25 grams less of rubber, and 10% less of rubber. So it's 170% increase in price in 2 years. That's a lot of money for a box of rubber bands. I mean, that's a big increase for a box of rubber bands. That's what goes up 160% in 2 years. The salaries of the people here don't go up. the nothing goes, that 160% is a big amount of money for one item. Okay, fuel, I didn't really want to talk about fuel, but or the prices of stuff, but it started raining about 10 minutes ago. Raining hard too. It's interfering with my plans to go fly. I just charged up all my batteries for everything, and I was going to go fly because I have hobbies, you know. I was going to go fly, and now I can't go fly. Some of us do other things besides lay around in the house all day. And look, see the battery's charging? It takes 3 hours to charge one of these batteries. And had the batteries been charged, I wouldn't be talking to you. But the batteries lost their charge. And that's not supposed to happen either. Not in the short time, but these batteries, some of us have hobbies and we do other stuff besides lay on our bed all day and talk about stuff that has no importance at all in regards to the Philippines. None whatsoever. Pontificating of nonsense, of just pure. So I wanted to go flying. How many people have hobbies here? Besides drinking and going out to dinner is a very nice thing to do. But that's not an adventure, or it's not a hobby. It's something you got to do. Now, me personally, I don't like going out for dinner because, number one, I don't have anybody to go with that I want to go with. I could find somebody in a second. But number two, I'm not real crazy about the when I go into the mall and I tell you people that 10 people will walk into the bathroom and one person might rinse their hands real quick, that does not do anything for me wanting to eat out. Okay? That does not say, Michael, let's go. And especially if I'm in a restaurant like the Prawn Farm and the people that work in the Prawn Farm walk in and out of the bathroom without washing their hands. And I've seen that happen. Okay, that does not say to me, let's go eat the food that somebody else just handled by hand. So I personally don't think that eating out is the end-all be-all of a great day, unless you're with somebody that you really care about and you're enjoying going out. But that's not a hobby. Most of you people need something else to do, and you have nothing else to do. Nothing. What is it? You take somebody like the great John Blaze or the great Alona Beach. It's raining, so you guys are you're in for another hour of this at least. Can't fly in the rain. John Blaze has, well, he just showed you his new toy. His new toy is $14,000. Well, no, they might be $7,000 now. That little toy that he was on today, the Gator, they're about $7,000. But he also has his culinary habit that he has all the necessary items. It's a hobby. He has horse. He wants to ride a horse, and he flies helicopters. I mean, he has a life, okay? You take somebody like Alona Beach. Now, you don't know Allo like I know Allo, but Allo has a lot of stuff that he does that he doesn't share with you people. And I would never be the one to share that with you, but he does talk to me about other things that he does. Where he does it, when he does it, who he does it with. But he doesn't share that kind of stuff with you because to him, you're a bunch of mooks. Not such They're not worthwhile of the things that he knows how and what he does. But that's Owl. You know how Owl is. But you got Scott Del Fuego, real man's man. He has a motorcycle, and he has people that he goes motorcycle riding with. That's a hobby. That's a hobby. Me, I can't go scuba diving because of my ear. My eardrum is ruptured, but I can go swimming with an earplug in or snorkeling. I actually take walks. I don't have to show you where I walk or when I walk, but if you want to ever decide that you feel spunky and you want to see how far you can walk and see if I can walk that far, we could just get up one morning and go up the block and start walking towards Tagbilaran, which is 24 kilometers, and we'll see who can make it to Tagbilaran and who can't. Now, I don't know that I could still do that, but I think I can. So can you walk 24 kilometers up and down hills? I don't know that I could still do it, but I'm pretty sure mentally I would get further than you by 10 steps if I had to. Most of you people are so out of shape, it wouldn't make a difference. You have no hobbies, you don't do anything worthwhile all day. And for instance, well, let's see. Most of my friends have hobbies. And he makes a good cheese fondue. That was funny, that fondue that he made. But, look, hey, Princess Anne, I'm going to answer your question. I'm not going to talk to you about anything that happened between you and somebody else. I'm not interested in what happened with you 5 years ago. I don't know why you keep asking who said what. You're his friend. You're her friend. You're their friends. Okay? So stop asking me to put a name on a screen when you are the person's friends. You have always been that person's friend. You know exactly who it is that said what they said. You know exactly when they said what they said, that they said what they said. You know all of this. Why are you asking me to put that stuff out as public information? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You can ask, you can call like you've been calling. I'm not going to answer your questions. You want to hear what you already know to be the truth. I'm not getting involved with something that you did or did not do 5 years ago. There's no way I'm interested in having any part of something that happened or did not happen to you 5 years ago. You can keep calling and keep leaving messages if you like. I'm not going to put a written response. You know who it is in the video that said what they said. You know who they are. You are their friend, or you were their friend. Please stop asking me to put down somebody's name in a chat on Facebook. It's not going to happen. You know who that is. You know what girls you were friends with years ago. Why are you asking me for information you already know the answer to? And if the video was taken down, that has nothing to do with me, the video, at all. Don't implicate me in that video because I didn't post the video. I don't know what else to tell you. You called 3, 4, 5 times. You left 3, 4, 5 messages. If I don't respond, it's because I'm not going to respond. Because you'll drag me into something I don't want to have anything to do with. You know the answer to the questions that you asked. You know who it was that was saying what they said. You are their friend. You were their friend. You may not be their friend anymore, But those are your friends that did that to you. I didn't have anything to do with that. I hope you understand, because I'm not going to put down information in Facebook or YouTube or anybody else. I'm not mentioning anybody's name. You're not dragging me into your drama. And that's all that it's going to be. There's no way that from 5 years ago you're going to get involved with anything else but a bunch of nonsense and wasting of your time. They're your friends. They were your friends. You became friends with those people. They did that to you. Shows you what kind of people they are. You know the names of the people. Stop asking me for the names of the people. It's not going to happen. Now, I spent 5 minutes telling you that something's not going to happen. There's no reason for you to ask me again. I got to close that window. Hold on. I don't understand. I mean, the voices in the video are your friends. Why are you asking me who's in the video if those people are your friends, not my friends? None of them were ever my friend. Oh, man. Jeez. And every single person that you want to know who it is a person you know who it is. So why are you asking me to... It's a very, very distinctive voice. The time frame is very, very explicit. Who was there, who was said, the names that were said in the video. You got to stop asking me for the information that you already know. You already know the answer to all the questions that you asked. Jack Thompson. I tried to call you last night, Jack, but I guess you were sleeping. And I called you to just say hello, more or less. Jack Thompson was supposed to have an operation 2 weeks ago, but Jack has had some bad belly pain. Bad belly pain. He had water in his duodenal cavity. Jack did. He doesn't have to. He's probably having trouble just writing this stuff down. So the operation had to be, the inguinal hernia and the umbilical hernia operation had to be postponed. He had a problem. So Jack, if you're a lover and a friend of Jack, or you love Jack Thompson, you might want to wish him well, because he had eight pints of water in his belly. That's not a good thing. I mean, not in his belly, but in his belly cavity. And they had to drain that out. Jack is, for somebody that worked as hard as he did all his life, you would have thought he would have just went out and got a little sump pump from Home Depot and did that himself. But no, he didn't. And then he went to the hospital and they drained it for him. I mean, personally, he knows how to operate a sump pump. He could have figured out how to get... You could go online and look at what the doctors would do. The doctors, there's got to be that operation that sucked the water out of his duodenal cavity. Got to be. And then you could go to a surgical supply house and get that long needle and some surgical tube and stuff like that. And then he could have hooked it up to like a little fish tank pump. One of those little pumps that pump the water in the bottom of the fish tank for circulation, but instead of pumping, it would be draining. like a little, like draining a swamp, like that. But it would have been the water in the duodenal. And then how much? Well, now you know. Eight pints came out last time. So next time, if you get 6 or 7 pints, you know you got most of it. It's something that you should learn to do for yourself. And I mean, you don't have to, but that's up to you, Jack. I mean, you're a very, very talented man. If you don't know how to drain it, I could look it up, and then I could make you a little sketch and send it in the mail, where to put the needle and where to put the pump, and you could get one of those little scales they put the blood on when you give blood at the Red Cross. They put the sack on the scale, and when the scale goes down, that's enough blood, 1 pint of blood came out. You could get one of those. You could get 8 bags, and you could work from there. You're welcome, Jack. If no problem, I will. That would be the kind of. Well, I mean, at some point, you got to start to, take control of the situation, so to speak. That would be my first. Anyway, I'm only kidding, of course, Jack. Jack had a big, serious problem with the amount of water in his duodenal cavity. I think that's the right word. And his operation had to be canceled from 3 weeks ago. And then he had his throat. What was the name? The esophagus. Somehow he had a ruptured esophagus, the pipe that goes down into your body. That was the bad one. That was a really bad one. That was like almost 7 months ago. And that one messed him up quite a bit. So Jack went from being a very, very healthy man to having several medical problems, which means it could happen to anybody. I mean, if it happened to somebody as strong as Jack, it's sad to think about what would happen to what could happen. I've watched it happen to a few people in the last few months. It's very sad. You see how fast they deteriorate. Not Jack. I mean, he's going to pull through all of this, but it's going to be a while. But I watched other people that are not going to pull through this in the next few months. And it's pretty interesting. I go online and I look for my friends. And I ask, where is so? Oh, he died last week. I went and visited my friend Maria. And both her brothers died in the last 6 months, both of them. And I knew her brothers, but not good. But she was a girl I dated when I was in my teens. We've always kept in touch. We still keep in touch. But 2 of her brothers died, one back to back, right out, one after the other. And then a few other people that I know are very, very sick. And it's sad. It's sad because it's part where that kind of thing definitely does happen. There's no doubt about it. But Jack is going through. And I know because I've had an infection in my leg for 5 years, so I know that you can have something that's problematic, and no matter what they do to fix it, it just doesn't work. Still not. I still have an infection in my leg, no matter how many tests I get, no matter what medicine. So I feel bad for Jack, and I feel bad for Maria. She wants me to come and visit her in Florida. And I would, but I'd have no wish, want, or desire to go to Florida. If I was in Florida, I would visit her. But she's lonely. Now she has nobody to... We've been friends. We met when we were 13. So we've been friends for 55 years. And we dated until I was in my late 30s, on and off, our whole lives. And now she has nobody. She's lonely. So, me, I don't get lonely. Some people have hobbies and keeps them from getting lonely, which is what I started to talk about. If you don't have a hobby and you move to the Philippines and you think, look, there's a lot of people that I don't talk to here in the Philippines because their hobby is drinking alcohol. Okay? So when you start talking to somebody and at 10 o'clock in the morning they got a cup of coffee filled up with what they call it, a hot toddy, like coffee and cream and whatever else is in there, whatever. That's just not my idea of somebody I'm going to be friends with. But a lot of people here in the Philippines, they start drinking in the morning. You know, when I lived in Alona Beach, I used to get up and have breakfast. I would pack my lunch. I would get my fins and mask and snorkel, and I packed my lunch in a waterproof box with a bottle of water, just regular water, and I would jump into the ocean, and I would swim from my apartment to Alona Beach. So the Blue Water Hotel, I'll show it to you where I live and where I swim. Michael doesn't get lonely. I did. You know, that's the funny thing about being lonely. About 8 months ago, I got lonely. Roughly 8 months ago. I don't know. Could have been a year. Roughly 8 months ago, I got lonely for about 3 minutes. And I'm going, so that's what this feels like. I don't have that kind of emotion, loneliness, or being alone. I like being alone. There's a lot of people. The smarter a person is, and the more hobbies that they have, the less likely they're going to feel to be alone. So let's go. You're welcome, Scott. Jack. 18 liters of fluid. That's 4 gallons, Jack. That's a lot of water. Dr. Fazio. Let me show you where I used to live. Blue Water Hotel. Panglao. And then I'll get you the map, and then I'll show you where I used to swim. Map. M-A-P. Okay, let's get this turned around. Oh man, why does this keep happening? This camera, this Galaxy 21 is not working out at all. This thing is 2 years old and it's flashing on and off. There's lines all over the screen. All right, let's get the Blue Water Hotel map up here. And I will show you. Wow, here's another resort that doubled in price. It's now 8,000 pesos for a room in January. And when I lived here, it was 3,500 pesos per room in the winter months and 2,500 in the summer months. But they've rebuilt the whole thing. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to show you. So here is the Blue Water Hotel. And this is what I mean about you people not having hobbies. You people are a bunch of slouches, lazy people, just to not even be able to say how lazy I think you are. So here is, all right, so this is the Blue Water Hotel right here. I lived on one of these blocks here. Could be this one. No, it wasn't that one. Could be that one. But I lived over here. Okay? Right here at the near this dive-through resort. And Alona Beach is over here. So this is 200 meters. So that's 200, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's 3,600 feet. It's about a mile. It's a little less than a mile. This is the beginning of Alona Beach. Alona Beach proper is about a mile from where I lived. And every day, I used to get up and jump in the water right here and swim along this shoreline here. This is a reef here. The reef ends someplace over here. Is the actual end of the reef. It goes from being a reef with a wall dive to a 3 or 4 foot high piece of coral to sand. So right past where I lived was the end of the reef. But here we had a wall here, about a 12 or 14 foot wall. And then over here we have a 16 or 18 foot wall. So it's an actual reef. But every day I swam this mile. It used to take me about 3 hours. Every day I did that though, just about every day. Now the days I didn't do that, there was another guy that lived in the same hotel. And him and I would swim from here, Alona Beach. We would swim past the Cliffside Resort. Well, let me see where we are here. Okay, we would swim from the Hennon here, which is Alona Beach proper, and we would swim, I think it was to Bagobo Beach. It was a white sand beach. It was about a mile, about a half a mile, a little bit better. And we would swim from Alona Beach to Bagogo Beach and then back. Now, if Bagogo Beach is what I'm thinking about, it's not much of a beach at all. And it is. Okay, this is the place. It was just a little white sanded area. And on this area here was all rocks and all fishermen. Hundreds of people would come here to fish in this area here. And they would put their boats up inside the trees up here. They would hang their boats up inside the trees. So they would come, lower their boat down, carry their boat to the ocean. And then that fella and I would swim from Alona Beach to Bagogo Beach. I'm pretty sure that was the beach, but that was my hobby, to swim. Now I can't do that now because of the infection on my leg and the ruptured eardrum, but I wish I could. But I had hobbies. I had stuff to do here. You people have nothing going for you at all. I don't understand how you could live here. I really don't understand how you could live in the Philippines, because if your hobby isn't drinking alcohol or playing pool, what is there to do? Ah, okay. If you have a wife and you're growing up a new family, that's something else to do. But most of you people, I know people that are just coming to the Philippines to meet young girls. Now, me, I don't consider that something worthy of my time. And I don't even find it to be sanitary or healthy or even fun. But that's what you want to do. So let's go back over to my live stream. I would never, ever, ever waste my time meeting girls in bars at night. I never did that here in the Philippines. When I was younger, I went to a few bars and nightclubs, but we didn't pay for it. You guys are out there dropping dollars on the counter. That's crazy stuff. Jack Thompson says, thanks, Michael. Okay, let's get over here, because Jack is being, he's going to say something silly. He always does. Michael Fazio is a lean, mean fasting machine. Boy, the weight is pouring off. Even with my Chinese pitch-eye diet, the weight is pouring off. Throat. Italian for throat is throat. That's right. I'm so happy, says Jack Thompson, that Dr. Fazio is not at my bedside. That's not nice, Jack. So Michael doesn't get. I don't get lonely. Only weak people get lonely. Only weak people have to fill their day up with worthless endeavors, things that serve no purpose. Now, you could say this part of the live stream serves no purpose, but I just, in fact, showed you where there is a reef to dive, snorkel, or swim. I just told you what the price of the Blue Water Hotel is, and that is among the nicest resorts outside of Alona Beach, because Alona Beach proper, you may as well not go to Alona Beach. It's a completely worthless destination. There's nothing there but bars and nightclubs. Now, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But me personally, when I moved here, Alona Beach was 80% empty compared to what it is now. In other words, let's say there's 150 businesses on Alona Beach. When I moved here, there may have been 30, maybe. The biggest hotel on Alona Beach was the Alona Q, but now they have resorts that are 2 and 3 times that size. Alona Beach cannot handle the traffic it has, especially the reef and the water and the beach. There's no beach left there. When I lived on Alona Beach, the beach was 80 feet from the waterline to the trail, but now it's no feet, 0 feet. It's hard to describe. I'll try to show it to you. Alona Beach. Let's get Alona Beach up here. They won't even show you Alona Beach because there's nothing to see. It's all gone. This is false. See this road here where it says Woody's Beach over here? There's no, and then you see this area that's yellow here? This area that's yellow, doesn't even exist. It's not even there. It's gone. This used to be beach. All over here, this road here, the beach starts right up against here, right next to the road, right there at the road. That's the beach. That's at high water, the water goes right up there. There's no sand here. Even at low water, the sand might be right here. That's it. So this map is old. Well, let's see if we could see it a different way. Okay, here, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. What I just said is true. Okay? This is the road that I just showed you right here. And this, I would bet, is 5-6 years old. This is the road right here. So the road is 8 feet wide, and that leaves you 16 feet to the water. And that's not even true either. Now, on this end of the beach, there is beach over by, this is the Hennon Resort. There's beach here, but only because the Hennon Resort pumped about 200,000 cubic yards of sand here. And what they did, and when I say 200,000 cubic yards, I mean 200,000 cubic yards. They made a beach from back here where the building is all the way out to here. Where are we here? Where's that cursor? How come you can't see the cursor? How come you can't see that? Oh, here it is, right here. Okay. Here's the cursor. This beach here that you see right here, when I moved here to Alona Beach, this beach was about 1/3 less than what you see. About 1/3 less. Than what you see right here. But when the Hennon came in, they brought in 200,000 cubic meters, yards of sand. They made the beach come out to here, out to where this mark is here. What nobody cared about, what no one thought about, is that all of this sand, and they raised it up 6 feet high here where the cursor is. The beach was 6 feet high of sand here. After they put the sand here, we had 3 storms. It washed away half or more of the sand, and it washed it over the reef, which was down over here. They have no understanding of ecosystems here in the Philippines. So here, you see this here? The hell with that cursor. When I moved to Alona Beach, the beach was up here somewhere. Half of the beach that you see here was sand, and it was low. This Hennon Resort right here moved in, and they filled the beach up with sand from here over to where the edge of the computer is, all the way across here, out to this edge of this wall here on the right. About 200,000 yards of sand. This here was a resort with about 35 or 40 rooms. That's gone, that resort. And they built several hundred rooms on this resort now. They brought the beach out to here, sand 6 feet high. When we had a storm, in a matter of 1 year, it washed it all away, and all the sand washed onto where the reef was and killed the reef in a matter of about 1.5 years. So some genius decided to pump 200,000 square meters of sand to make a beautiful white sand beach. It lasted about a year and a half. We had 2 storms that came in from an odd direction. Normally, the storm comes from this direction this way, from this direction this way, or this direction this way, from the other side of the island. The 2 storms that washed all the sand away came in from the ocean and came in from this angle, like this. And it washed 1 million or more cubic yards of sand off the beach, off Alona Beach altogether. And it washed everything, every bit of sand away from this road. This little tiny dark gray line here. This was a road. Now, right now, this water goes right up to the road, about 3 or 4 feet away from the road. There's no more beach. Half of Alona Beach is completely beachless. The other half has 25% of the beach it had 8 years ago. Down here, there is no beach at all. Nothing, zero. The road just goes into sand. Now, they show you a road over here. But there is no road over here. It's a dirt road. Or it was the last time I was there. But what I used to tell you, that when I used to go hiking, this was this area here. From here you could walk along this shoreline all the way down here. You could walk all the way down here. You can't do that anymore. That's gone. Not allowed. And then all of this is all private. All this. You used to be able to walk all along this beach area here. And you can't do that anymore. This grand resort, oh, it's a beautiful resort. But they filled all the grottos that were here. In this area here was about 35 or 40 grottos, 10 to 15 feet in diameter. Over here was about 35 or 40 grottos here as well. It's all gone. They filled it all in with sand, so people couldn't fall into the holes. There might be one left. Over here is a little private beach that's all rock. Right here, it's called Shell Beach. It's a beautiful little area right here. But you can't walk from Alona Beach to here anymore. You used to be able to walk right from Shell Beach here. You couldn't walk this way. This is all mangroves down here. Over here is all mangroves. You couldn't walk. You could walk through this. You have to be, a lumberjack to walk through this garbage here. And to walk around was all quicksand around this front beach area here. But you used to be able to walk from here to 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 here, and this is Alona Beach here. That was about a mile, but it was a mile by path, because you had to walk up and down and around, and you walked up and down. And back here, Scott mentioned yesterday the wild goats. In this area here, right here, there was a huge fenced-in area with horses wild goats and cows, and also hogs. There was a hog farm, cows, wild goats, and ducks. Thousands of ducks spawned their eggs or hatched their eggs right here in this area. It's all gone now. It's all gone. You can't walk. You can walk up to about here, and you cannot walk past this first property. It's all gone. That's the price of progress. Not only is it all gone, but all of the life on the reef, from here all the way up Alona Beach, all the way up Alona Beach, all the way up Alona Beach. This is the reef here. It's all dead. The whole reef, dead. Dead. When I say dead, I mean there's no life on the reef. It's just sand. It's rocks and sand. It went from a live coral reef to dead rocks, no flora, no fauna, and sand. So if you're going to Alona Beach, you got to get on a bunker boat and go someplace else to go diving or to see a live reef. But no longer is there a live reef at Alona Beach. And right here, this is what's the funniest part about Alona Beach is, see this Bagogo Beach? Okay, right here, the Amorta Resort. From this resort right here, right to the Bagogo Beach, from here to here, from here to here, from here to here, that's a live coral sanctuary. They call it a live coral sanctuary. I don't know that you'll be able to see it. Okay, you can't, they don't name it here. There's no life at all from here to here, nothing. It's just dirt. Carl and I, not the Carl Vella, but another Carl and I swam. We did the whole sanctuary one day. That's where I got hit with the jet ski, right over here. And we didn't see a fish in there at all. Maybe one, and then out here there was a couple of snappers, yellowtail snappers. But in the live sanctuary, the live coral sanctuary, there's no life here at all. Nothing. From here to here to here to here to here. There's no coral, no flora, no fauna from this area here. That's almost 2,000 feet, 2,005, half a mile. Nothing. Zero. Just dirt. And it used to be a live reef. That's the price of progress in the Philippines. Okay, let's go back to the comments. That's what you got here. So Alona Beach is a bar here, bar here, bar here. Big bar, big restaurant, big pool. Big bar, Henan Resort. 3 bars, 4 bars maybe. $25 for a buffet dinner. But it's a good buffet. Then from the Henan here, you have at least 40 bars between here and here. At least 40 bars and restaurants. About 40. There's a bar every third building is a bar/restaurant. And I wouldn't go in any one of them ever again. They're just drunks and tourists that are getting drunk, and they're looking for things that wouldn't interest me even if I was drunk. But anyway, that's what's at Alona Beach. Nothing left of Alona Beach. You don't want to go there. But if you do want to go there, there's nothing there but alcohol and drunks. I don't want to, okay, so Jack, okay, Jack, Scott. I am fasting. No, not yet. Next week, Actually, in 4 days, I'll run out of Chinese pitch eye. I might start my fast again. Jack, don't be facetious. I would be your best friend at bedside. I would give you options. I would give you options that the doctor will not give you. Options. You got to remember now, Lucy Karagosian and Tony Karagosian were two people that grew up with my dad. And I lived, my grandmother, Grandma Fazio, lived across the street from Lucy Karagosian and Tony Karagosian and Mrs. Karagosian. Okay? And Mrs. Karagosian's nephew was Dr. Jack Kevorkian. And Dr. Jack Kevorkian used to come to Howard Beach and spend his summers in Howard Beach with Lucy and Tony Karagosian. And you got to remember back then there was a lot of barbecues and stuff like that. I mean, when all the families talked to one another and they all lived in Howard Beach in the 60s and even up into the late 70s. The Karagosians would have a party, the Fazios would, the Calices would have a party. Everybody would have big barbecues for 4th of July. So Dr. Jack Kevorkian was a standard member of the Lucy Karagosian and Tony Karagosian family. And we learned a lot from Dr. Jack Kevorkian, and I could offer you services or the understanding of what your options are at certain times. And you might want to take one of those options, because Dr. Jack Kevorkian, he had a lot of options. Oh God, he had different ways to deal with different people, and you know, Jack, oh God, meeting Jack Kevorkian. You know, when Jack Kevorkian was really famous, remember when they were going to put him in, they were going to lock him up? That's when we realized what a famous guy he was. But he had been part of the Karagosian family since we were children. So it was just Jack Kevorkian. It wasn't like anything special. I mean, it wasn't until he became famous that we realized what he did. And he didn't do that his whole life. It's just that when he became famous, we realized who he was. So I have fond memories of meeting that guy. He was a funny dude. He was just a regular guy. Nothing special. Jack says, whistle whilst you can, smile and enjoy your friends. Fazio has the bedside manner of a gravedigger. Don't forget to say sorry. You know, Scott, that happened to somebody else that I know, the same thing. The same exact thing. The thing with the primer, the same exact thing. I'll tell you later. Remind me to tell you the story. Let's go. Coffee House said hello. Thank you. Michael does not partake in human emotions. He leveled up when he became enlightened. He is now operating on Borg frequency. Yeah, something like that. Take it easy. Not everybody was a Sly Stallone clone, chick magnet. That's true, too. I remember those days. I remember those days. the funny, I tell people when I met Sylvester Stallone on Camelback and 15th at the opening of a Hard Rock Cafe, I think it was in Arizona, in Camelback and 15th. Man, I forgot the name of the city. It's a big city. And he said, wow, you look just like me. And I said, no, you look like me, Rock. Not Flagstaff. What Flagstaff? But anyway, I met him several times. I met him when I was much younger as well. But what was the name of that city? Camelback and 15th. Imagine forgetting that. Let's get some of these windows closed down. I got a lot of windows open here. I'm going to close down some. So if you guys are planning to go to Alona Beach, you better plan on hiring bunker boats. And there's lots of bunker boats on the beach, but there's nothing else to do in Alona Beach. Nothing at all. Nothing. Zero. Bars. I think 2 of them have a pool table. And I haven't been to Alona Beach in years. 2 years, probably. Last time I went to Alona Beach, a very long time ago. Okay, let's look up Camelback. Let's look up, what's the name of that place? Hard Rock Cafe. Hard Rock in Arizona. Can't be that many of them. Hard Rock Cafe. And I have no... Oh, man. I have no mouse. Okay. I have no keyboard. Hard Rock. H. No keyboard. No keyboard. No keyboard. Again with this piece of junk computer. Oh, man. H-A-R-D. Rock. R-O-C-K. Phoenix. Phoenix, Arizona. That's where I met Sylvester Stallone, probably for the 4th or 5th time. Met him in Manhattan. Him and Al Pacino and that other guy who I don't like a lot. I don't like, with the mole on his face. I met him at a party my cousin took me to, my cousin Gary Swanson. Jack Dennis is back. Jack Thompson says, I almost bought Jack Kevorkian's van. He was a likable guy. I mean, when he used to come to Howard Beach, when we were kids, Lucy would have a party, and everybody would go and visit. Well, she would have parties anyway, Lucy and Tony, and Mrs. Karagosi, and they had a huge backyard, beautiful backyard, and everybody would go meet him, Dr. Kevorkian, take pictures. I probably have pictures of him, but not with me and him. But I don't know where they are, and I wouldn't remember what he looked like. He was a very famous. People would come from all over there to go see him at Lucy's house. Oh yeah, Scott. Oh yeah, I you know what I'm looking forward. What I'm really looking forward to share my love is when Don Blaze is putting together a YouTube get together in Cebu next month or the month after. I actually believe John Blaze is going to be there, and he's waiting on the information, and then he might actually come to the Philippines, Scott. His girlfriend, his wife, has all the paperwork filled out. That's true. And he is not going to let her fly back to the United States by herself. So he's hoping that the YouTube get-together can be coordinated with him coming to the Philippines to bring his wife back. Notice I don't say her name, but I've known her for going on 7 years now. So he might even be at the festivities. He might even be here. But he's coordinating all of that stuff. I don't know. I don't have much to do with, because he was involved with whatever it was that he got involved with Bama. He knows people that he's doing something with. It's hard. I don't really get involved with the logistics of all of it, but they're not going to plan anything for John Blaze, but he's hoping that it coincides with the paperwork getting finished for his wife, and then he will come to the Philippines and then have a meet and greet in Cebu with all the other people and his wife as well. It's going to be like a big party. That's what he said. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that's his plan. So, we're done here. I think we're done. Thank you for stopping by. It's still raining. It's a bad day to go flying, but finally we got four blues. It took 3 hours for these little batteries to charge, and it takes 16 minutes, 17 minutes, maybe 18 minutes to discharge them. And the problem with that is these batteries cost $125 each, and they say that you're going to get 27 minutes of flight time out of it, but they lie. They lie. You might get 16 minutes, 17 minutes of flight. Now, you'll get 26 minutes of hover time, like just pick it up off the floor and let it hover. Oh, you'll get 23, 24 minutes, but I never did that. But you won't get flying it around. You won't get any more than about 16. You might get 16 now. They're getting old, the batteries. But when you buy a battery and it tells you 27 minutes, it's 27 minutes. You get the drone up off the floor and you let it hover at about 3 feet. And you don't move it. You don't go up, you don't go down, you don't go sideways. You don't do anything. You just hover. Jack Thompson, that's exactly where he used to live. Take care, Dennis. Good night. Yeah, I'm about done here. It's still raining. We're getting into the rainy season now. Luckily, I have stuff to keep me company and busy. And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you again, if you come to the Philippines and you don't have a hobby, you better get one. I don't know what it is that people come here, they think they're going to do. It is true that people come here and they leave within 3 to 5 years because there's not much to do here. You got to have a hobby. You got to have something that you enjoy. And if bars are your hobby, you're going to get burned out here really quick. Since I've been in the Philippines, in a bar, never been in a bar. I've been in a cheeky hut. And I had one beer the week I got here to Bohol. I drank half of that. I had a beer in 2018 or 19 at a wedding, but I didn't finish it. Those are the only two drinks I ever had in a bar in the Philippines. Now, when my leg was really, really bad and the pain was unbearable, then I drank a lot at that time. But I didn't drink like a drink. I just used to turn the bottle upside down. The pain, they wouldn't give me painkillers. They wouldn't give me any kind of oxycodone or any painkiller at all. They don't give painkillers here. And ibuprofen, the doctor said you can't take those all day. The only option I had was drinking alcohol, and that's what I did. I drank alcohol. And then when the pain went away, I haven't had a drink last Christmas with Scott Del Fuego on Christmas. But I haven't had a drink, had half a beer since then. I almost bought alcohol 2 weeks ago when somebody challenged me to drink. I said, yeah, I'll get a bottle if you want to pay for it. And I said, if you throw $50 on the screen, I'll go out and buy 2 bottles. And I'll keep you company while I drink here in my house. I'll get hammered. But then Scott said it would break the fast. So I didn't do it. But I have nothing against drinking. I just don't drink. It's too hard to recuperate from drinking. You drink all day. If you drink all day and go to bed at 7 o'clock at night, I won't feel right for 3 days. I'm not doing that to myself. Why would I want to do that to myself? Those people that drink alcohol, I don't know why they'd want to do that to themselves. 60, 70-year-old men sitting in the bar all day, drinking beer or shots, whatever, man. I wouldn't even understand the concept of that. Doesn't interest me at all. Alcohol itself, me personally, I have a personal opinion about alcohol. I believe that the government, same way they allow cigarettes to be sold for taxes, I believe the government knows that alcohol and cigarettes are equally evil. I really believe this is the way the government thinks. But at the end of the day, both alcohol and cigarettes are going to bring them revenue, maybe in equal amounts. I mean, when you get sick from cigarettes, you'll spend your entire life savings in 6 months to stay alive, instead of giving it to your children and taking care of it on your own, the problem. Instead of giving it to your children or to your loved ones, you'll spend every penny that you ever made your entire life just to stay alive for 3 more months. And you're going to die anyway. And alcohol costs billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of a year that they earn in taxes. But don't forget now, you get a ticket for driving while intoxicated, that's $15,000 now. $10,000 for sure, and then another $5,000 of your time, and for 5 years, your insurance goes up. And I don't know what it is, but when I lived in Florida, I had boat insurance, which cost me $2,000 a year for my boat insurance. I had the Cobra insurance, which was really cheap. It was less than $1,000 a year for the insurance, because I had a clean driving record for 20 years. I didn't get a ticket. I got a ticket in 1994, seatbelt ticket. Before that, I hadn't gotten a ticket since the 90s, early 90s. So I had a 15,000-pound dump truck. I had a yacht, my Ocean Racer. That was $2,500. $1,000 for the Cobra. That's $3,500. And $600 for the van, and $600 for the pickup truck, and $600 for my F-250 Super Duty. So $1,800, $5,500 a year I paid for car insurance, truck insurance. If I would have gotten a ticket for alcohol, it goes up 10% for 5 years. So I would have had to pay another $550+ each year for 5 years. That's another $2,500 on top of the $10,000 ticket. Plus you have to go to school, and you pay for the school, you pay for re-education. It costs you $15,000 for your first ticket. And your second ticket is $25,000 and you lose your license. Why would anybody subject themselves to that? So I just didn't drink. Never drank if I went out. I worked in a bar as a doorman for a very long time and never had a drink, ever. I used to give my drink. You got one drink at the end of the night, you got a free drink. Everybody that worked there got one free drink. I used to give it to somebody else. I wouldn't drink alcohol. Shit is poison to me. No games on my phone. Never played a game on the computer, ever. Don't have any games on my phone, ever. No app games, no games. And I never played a game on my phone. I never played. I think maybe the last time I played a game, and I'm being serious, was Pac-Man. Maybe I played Pac-Man for a few minutes. And after that, and I would say that I've never played a game on a computer or a phone, ever. Not even like a minute. So when people say to me, you want to play a game of whatever they play, my cousin was big into games. This is back in the 90s, but I never played a game, ever. I think I played Pac-Man. That's what I think I did. I never was good at it, but I think I tried it. That's a good question. Yeah, no, that's something I passed on my whole life. Never played it. There's more stuff to do in this world than play games. And I never owned a television at all, ever. Since the day I was moved out when I was 19, never had a television. From 1970... 1974, 75, I was 20 years old. I moved out, and I never owned a television, ever. Not since that day, not till today. I still don't own a TV. I bought a computer in 2001, but I didn't go online until like 2010. I had the computer that I was writing a book with, but I didn't go online until like 2010, where I went and started an account. And I didn't watch movies online, or it wasn't part of a Netflix or a television, or I didn't even know YouTube existed until 2010. Didn't even know what it was. People would talk about YouTube. And I had no idea what YouTube was until April of 2010. I went online, I posted a video, it went viral, I was getting 1.2 million views a month. and then I was a YouTuber. But I didn't know what YouTube was until 2010. Never saw a movie online until 2000, maybe the end of 2009. Still don't own a television. I'm not part of Netflix. I don't have any other movie venues where you could get movies for free if you sign up for. I don't have any of that. I don't watch movies online. We don't do that. Good question, though. Well, you're welcome to ask people on my channel if they know how to do that. I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you want. You're trying. All right, so this fellow, Randy Imler, is trying to play something called COD. You trying to play called Don Mobile. Anybody know about that? Never had an Xbox. Never had any of that. Never. I did have a hobby years ago. I used to fly private airplanes, but I never played a video game of flying an airplane, even when I had a computer. I never had an Xbox. I never had the first joystick I ever owned in my entire life is this one right here. This joystick right here on this controller. This is the first time I ever operated a joystick. And it's part of a pretty what's the name of that drone? It's part of a nice drone. Droning is a nice hobby for those of you who want a hobby. It's an expensive hobby though. Okay? What's the name of it? Air 2S. The Air 2S drone. It's a really fun thing to do, but you have to have eye and hand coordination. I had no problem with it since I got the drone. I fly it every once in a while. It's not something you want to do every day. I wanted to go up. I wanted to bring the drone up on a clear day. We haven't had a lot of clear days where I had time to go drone. And I wanted to bring it on a clear day with no wind. And I want to bring it up to about, I'd like to bring it up somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000 feet, straight up, not go forward or back. And the last time I tried to do that, I don't know what happened, but I was going up and something happened and the drone disappeared. And it went off the screen and then it hit a tree. And then they found, the fellas on the beach found it for me. But that's the first time I ever used a joystick for any kind of a console. I'm really good at it. That part, I got down to a science right away because I operated the controls in heavy equipment my whole life. So it's the same thing. It's eye and hand coordination. But as far as games, I never played an Xbox, not even 5 seconds that I ever touched an Xbox. People would say, no, I don't want to try that. Why would I want to do that? It's not real. To me, that's not real. Talking to you people is more real than playing an Xbox. I mean, you play an Xbox, I don't see the benefit of it. I just don't see it. Unless you're like the number 30 or 10 or 20 or 50 person in the world in a game. I have a cousin, I won't tell you his name. There isn't anybody that ever watched any of my videos that that's a better gamer than my cousin. He's the best. And he, compared to the people in this world, he's 10,000. He's Nobody could beat my cousin at a game. He would get by the game of whatever the game, Dungeons and Dragons, where you have to go in and down and kill the guards and shoot the arrows. He could take that game. And the fella I said hello to yesterday, George, if you're watching, thanks, I got that information. And George and him would play the game until one of them could, whatever the goal was, I don't know what nobody is a better gamer than my cousin and or George. That's all they did all day, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week in the 90s. It's all they did. And they were never anywhere near to get into competition. Because my cousin might go up and down a set of stairs in a dungeon 3,000 times to find the trick to get to the top of the stairs. For me, that silly stuff serves no purpose. I mean, that just would, me, I would go out and buy a boat or go boating or go hiking or go snow skiing. Well, not snow skiing, but go up in snowmobiling, because I can't snow ski at all. But I would go where there was snow and just watch it snow. But I wouldn't play a game. I would never play a game. Never played a game. Never going to play a game. Never want to play a game. But that's a great question. Because not a lot of people could say they never played a game. I never played a game. The last time I played a game, I played Pac-Man when it came out. DNC says, I'm like you. I'm like you, Fuzz. Hell, I still never heard of YouTube. LOL. Yeah, well, imagine, try to picture this, DNC. Imagine, like I was getting ready to go fly today, right? All right, so, and I go fly whenever I want to go fly, but not so often, but enough. 2 days ago, I went into the city and I did a few things. I leave the house on occasion, maybe 3, 4, 5 times a week to go visit people or go down to just take a walk down the beach. But imagine your whole life that you spend it in a bar. And people do that. People do that. They spend their whole life in a bar. When I worked in a bar in Florida, I worked in Coconut's bar. It was a beautiful bar. It was the nicest bar in Key Largo. Well, it was the nice bar in Key Largo, right on the water. Every boat in back of the deck and dock was all $1 million boats. It was the middle of Key Largo Harbor, all $1 million vessels. And I worked in that bar for a very long time, and I hung out there for 10 years in that bar, in that area. But I never drank. But imagine the same people were in that bar every day. So when I moved to Key Largo it was like 1995, I moved to Key Largo, but I had moved to Big Pine Key in 93. But in Key Largo, the people that worked in the bar, Bush, there was a guy named Bush. The bar's closed now. But Bush worked in the bar. And then there was a couple of girls. There was a girl named Mary that worked in the bar. But everybody that stayed in the bar was in the bar from 1995 until the day I moved away in 2013. Same people in the bar every day. And they were all rich. They were all rich people. They didn't have to work. They were all retired. But and the people that were locals, the working class people, they were in the bar every night spending their paycheck. And they never got anything out of it. No one, the rich people owned boats in back of the bar and they lived on the boats. But the working class people, like Bush and Mary that worked in the bar and other people that worked in the bar, they didn't own anything. They may have had a car and they may not have had a car. They'd never owned a house. They never owned a boat. They never owned anything. They moved to the Florida Keys so they could work and live and eat and drink in a bar every day for their whole life. And I could name many people by name at that time. Bob, for instance. There was a guy I worked at the door with. His name was Bob. He never owned anything. He didn't have a car. And when he was not working, he was in the bar. And when I was working in the bar, it was like my third job. It was my night job on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, because I needed the money to pay my mortgage. And it was fun to do. You got to meet, oh God, got to meet all kinds of people from all over the world. But I didn't drink. But those people, and I worked there, I got paid. Not only did I get paid, but as a doorman slash security guard for the checking the age, and then you did your rounds around the hotel. Everybody took time. If I was the doorman, there were two doormen. One inside the door, one outside the door. So as the doorman, I got to do the rounds. One guy would do the round on the top of the hour, and the other guy would do the round at the bottom of the hour, and we'd switch places. One of the rounds was the kitchen. Okay? And I could eat anything I want. And we all, the other guard could too. We would go into the kitchen and make shrimp parmesan. Veal cutlet parmesan. We'd warm it up. Grab a half a dozen meatballs, throw them into a sandwich. It was a great job. But I didn't just sit in a bar and spend and I never spent, in that bar I never spent $1. And I lived there for 13 years. Well, I lived there, 13 years. No, more than that, 18 years. But I never spent $1 in that bar. I would go there and have a dinner once in a while. But in the bar, when I got off from work, I went home. And when I didn't work, I would go there and just have water. I'd give Bush or Mary $1 for a glass of water. But drinking alcohol, I never did that. I don't drink alcohol. Bush and Mary. And Bush, that's how I know how much a DUI cost. The first one cost Bush $10,000, and the second one cost him $15,000, and that's going back to 2005 or 6. And he lost his license for a year. That's crazy stuff. DNC says, true, people can spend their entire life in a bar or a house or a gym. Hey, John Blaze. John Blaze, man, the great John Blaze is in the house. Man, John, I don't know what it is that you did. You are an instigator. That guy, you caused him mental instability for almost 20 hours. He's been on. Hold on. I can't answer. I can hold you. Hold on. Okay, so that fella Bush, 25, 15,000 and 10,000, 25,000. And he didn't drive for a year. That's an expensive lesson. That really is an expensive lesson. And John Blaze, getting back to John Blaze, you irritated. You're like an irritant. And everything that you said, if you John Blaze, I have a question for you, John Blaze. I want to know. I have to make sure that you're still here. Nobody's here. 12:56. You left. I wanted to ask John Blaze a question. You're like putting a piece of sand inside an oyster. You irritated that guy. Oh my God! And then he called me a creep because of you. You irritated him. That ain't right that you did that, John Blaze. John Blaze, he came and he went in and out like a flash pan. So anyway, I just got a phone call from a friend of mine on another venue. I'll be leaving now in a few minutes. I wanted to ask John Blaze a question. John Blaze, he's an irritating guy. I got to tell you, man. He's talking about. He uses words that are common among intellectual types, people with an intellect, people with a grasp of the English language, but not the commoner. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. So he destroyed somebody's brain. So and you know, it's funny that he did that because he used a word that most people would understand. But you can take the word two different ways. Now, John, of course, used it in the positive, not the negative. But somebody took that word in the negative and lost their mind for an entire day. John, now you were a very bad man, John. You were a bad man to do that. And then because of you, I got called a creep. Because of you. But not in real life. Only on YouTube. A YouTube creep. That real life stuff, that could happen. But I don't think it will. But because of you, John Blaze. Because of you. Not because of me. You did that. You're using those big words. Jammed them all up. He didn't understand the meaning of the word and he took it as an insult. Which I know you would never insult anybody because you're just not that type of guy. John Blaze is a do-gooder, a defender of the weak and the innocent, especially female Filipinas. John Blaze isn't here. I'm talking to a dead screen here. All right. I don't even know if anybody's here. We have 13 watching. John Blaze was a very bad man. He accused somebody. Well, he didn't accuse anybody of anything. He mentioned that somebody had a concubine. Now, by definition, there's a lot of definitions. John Blaze should have been more clear on what definition he was using when he used what he called the three-syllable word. See, three-syllable words in and of itself could be problematic. So John Blaze used the word concubine in a sentence without explaining the definition that he meant to use that word in what sense of the word. That would be the proper way. What sense or what tense, T-E-N-S-E, what tense of the word. Because you could use the word concubine, meaning a secondary wife or girlfriend, or you could use the word concubine meaning a slave. John Blaze did not confirm that he was using the word concubine by the definition in the Merriam-Webster's first 20th unabridged dictionary. The first definition of the word concubine is another woman that comes into the marriage, and it's agreed upon by the husband and the wife. But John Blaze, he then confirmed it was the Webster's 20th unabridged dictionary, the first definition, and the gentleman in question took it as a negative thing and lost his mind. And John Blaze, that's not nice. You're a bad man. You're a very bad man. We just had a 50-second thunder. I mean, it thundered for 50 seconds. You're a very bad man, John Blaze. Bill Mummy said that. Remember? You're a bad man. You're a very bad man. In Star Trek? Or was it Lost in Space? I don't know. But John Blaze, you're always disrupting. You're always stirring the pot. You should be more like me. More like Mike. And that's a really nice four-wheeler that you have, too, by the way. It's really nice. That is really nice. Congratulations on that purchase of that four-wheel Gator. That is a really nice toy. All right, buddies. Scott, Dennis, DNC, John Blaze, and anybody else? Captain Billy Jack. I want to be the president, Captain. Hey, look, Captain Billy Jack. Every time I hit the pot, look what I see. I see Captain Billy Jack everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. Every time I bang the pot, I see Captain Billy Jack. Thanks a lot, Captain Billy Jack. Thank you for stopping by. Well, I'm going to give you a free bang because I can. I can do that. I own the pot. Captain Billy Jack. He's in the house. John Blaze. He uses 3-syllable words and he creates chaos in people's minds. If you're gonna use a 3-syllable word, please use what tense, T-E-N-S-E, it is used in. You can use the same word and you can hurt someone's feelings. That's what John Blaze did. He did it. He did it on purpose. He's a feeling herder, is what he is. Hey, Billy Jack. So a little too much. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so John Blaze, he hurt that little fella's feelings. The little fella lost his mind, not understanding what a 3-syllable word is and not understanding that you could Google that word and find out that the way John Blaze used it, John Blaze being the arrogant type of man that he is, unlike Michael Fazio, and John Blaze being the irritant that he is, and John Blaze being the kind of guy that gets under your skin the way he does. Of course, the man took it as a slight, an insult. But John Blaze, you're an instigator. and you was instigating. But you was also understanding. You used those big words. You knew what was going to happen. You know you're going to jam them up. You know that's going to happen. You know those three-syllable words. You know that happens every time you do it, anytime anybody does it. You know that Matt, when he got to do math, he can't figure out the math problems. He still doesn't understand how many dollars 200 pesos is. He thought it was 8. It's only like $3.70. He asked the question this morning, how much is 40 million pesos? That's not a complicated question. In my head, I'm going to say 700,000 US dollars, just off the top of my head. Because it's 70 million pesos to the $1,000,000. And 40 million pesos is more than half of 70 million. So that's 35 million pesos. 35 million pesos is almost $700,000. So I'm going to say it's about $700,000. Now, I could look it up. But John Blaze would have been able to figure that out because his mind is mathological. He has a mathological mind. It's like another three-syllable word. Sorry, I didn't mean to use that word. But let's just for the heck of it, let's see how much 40 million pesos is, because it jammed that guy up solid. So my best guess is $700,000. 40 million. Up, 1, 2. Then we have to go Philippine PHP to US dollars. It's 40, not 40. 40 million Philippine pesos to the dollar. Okay, so it's $703,000. Now, I was just off the top of my head. Because if you wanted to know what went through my mind, I think the US dollar is 56 pesos to the dollar. I think. So it's hard. It used to be easy because it was 50 pesos to the dollar. So 50 pesos now to US dollars is like 90 cents, 88 cents. So you'd have to take 40 million, and then you'd have to times 40 million times 12 and deduct that from a number, and that's how I got to 700,000 as a rough estimate. But those numbers, that anything with numbers more than single digits, oh, I would love to have a math test with that fella, because John, you keep doing the same thing, John Blaze. It's not fair when a person doesn't have an education and you say three-syllable words. You're not being reasonable. That's not reasonable. You're going way over the pay grade of that particular person. And when you use three-syllable words, that's not nice. You're a very bad man, John Blaze. All right, Captain Billy Jack, thank you for stopping by. You guys pass that message on. You tell the fellow whose feelings were hurt that John Blaze didn't doesn't always mean to be an irritant, a mean-spirited individual. He only means to do it sometimes, and yesterday was not one of those times, and that the fella should demand, should not demand an apology from John Blaze, because John Blaze is just being John Blaze. The mean, malicious irritant that he is. He's not a nice man. He's a very bad man. But to demand an apology, did I get an apology? Even when I proved that someone on another channel, not anything to do with John Blaze's buddy, because I think that they're buddies at the end of the day. But did I get an apology? No, that stirred up a hornet's nest. Because I proved that someone lied about my honor and my respectability. And then I proved it beyond any shadow of a doubt. And by doing so, apparently, I stirred up a hornet's nest. But I didn't stir up a hornet's nest. And I didn't do anything on YouTube. I had nothing to do. There is no physical connection between me and the hornet's nest. That the fact that I may have led you to the path to walk down to find the hornet's nest, I didn't do that. So don't blame me. Don't blame me. I'm just a messenger. And I still didn't get an apology. And I really think that you owe me an apology. And I know you're watching. This has nothing to do with anybody that's in Cebu. Nothing at all. That guy is John Blaze's irritant. That's not me. What he says to me and the names he calls me, one day he's going to get the opportunity to understand more things. But in the meantime, that guy who called me a liar and a fraud, and I don't really want to get involved with that, but he said I did not do that out of a malicious nature. I did not. I did it because it was demanded of me to do that. Let's see what we got here. He's a bad man. He won't rescue Barry. He's a very bad man. He's a very bad man. So, but the other guy who called me a liar and a fraud and a troll, I didn't get a public apology to him from today, and he owes me an apology. No, he owes me an apology. And he owes Yads an apology, and he owes Popeye an apology, and he owes Popeye's friend an apology. He owes a lot of people, and he owes the people that were supposed to be talked about in his diatribes an apology. He destroyed the reputation of the people he was talking about in his videos, from what I heard, and he tried to destroy my good name and good reputation. You people can't blame me because he said that I was a liar, and then he said prove that I'm not a liar. And then I proved that I'm not a liar by hurting his feelings. I didn't say bad words about Princess Anne. I didn't do that. I did not do that. I have not said or talked to Princess Anne in 3 years. He did that. Don't blame me for that. And then he owes her an apology, a big one, but he won't do that. But you people out there, when you tell me Michael Fazio proved that what I said, you should be aware that maybe I can prove what you said, that you said what you said, and that I have proof of what you said in my possession. And I can prove what you said is true because what you said is what I have. But I did not. Other people had that as well. Don't blame me for what you said. And if you didn't say, prove that what I said, I would not have proved what you said that you said. I would not have done that. It's you said what you said. I didn't say what you said. I never said what you said, and I'm never going to say what you said about anybody. But then you said what you said, and then you said, prove that what I said. And I said, well, I can prove what you said, that you said it, and I have proof that what you said when you said it and who you said it to. And you did not say, don't prove what I said that you said because I said it. You said, prove what you said, and I proved what you said because I had what you said, and I proved what you said is true, that you said it. Understand? You know that I'm telling you the truth. Now, would he deny that what he said, that I said what he said? I don't think so. I think we're beyond denying what he said that he said and when he said it and who he said it to. I think we're beyond that, but we are not up to the public apology part yet. We're not quite that far up the ladder. But what I said, he said, and I proved what he said that he said, what he said indirectly, and somebody else went one step further and then proved what he said more directly, and then what he said caused another person to listen to what he said, and then they got upset with what he said when he said it, how he said it, and then they said what he said is not true, what he said. And now they're fighting. Don't blame me for what he said. I did not say what he said. It never happened. I never did it. But I know what he said, and I know when he said it, but I did not post what he said when he said it. And then somebody that got hold of what he said when he said it, from when he said it, realized that what he said was not the truth. And then they said, what you said is not right to say. And now those two people are fighting, not because of anything I said. I just want to be clear on that. You guys are all clear on that now? Sometimes YouTube is a lot of fun. But that's true. Everything I said is true. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. That's why they did it, not me. And now, well, that thing can't still be dead, that battery. It can't still be dead. It's still red. That's 3 hours. It's still red. Captain Billy Jack. I have 2 Air 2S batteries. Okay, let's see. The apocalypse of the zombies. Loquacious Diaz. Locust Diaz. Hey, Grandpa. Hey, I could be a grandpa. I probably am. Several times over, actually. You just will never know that. So, Captain Billy Jack, I got these 2 Air 2S batteries. They're about a year and a half old. They last about, one of them will last flying. We're talking about flying. We're not talking about hovering. One of them will last 13 or 14 minutes, and one of them will last about 16 minutes. Originally, they would last 22 and 23 minutes. So after a year and a half, I think they're 5,500 milliamp batteries. Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta get more light. Oh man, I got yellow paint on the word. It's in Chinese. Lithium ion polymer rechargeable battery. .6 volt batteries. Normal voltage 11.4. 3,750 milliamp batteries. Now I know they have more powerful ones, but there is a 5,000, but these are 3,750 milliamp batteries. Is 13 minutes for a battery that's a year and a half old? Is that a decent flight time? We're talking about flying. We're not talking about hovering. Like I send it down the beach. I go up. I can go up 700 feet here before I get a buzz from the airport. Before I go over the limit, I have to press bypass. Is that 13, 14 minutes of flight time? Is that normal? Yeah, okay, that's bad. Okay, yeah, it's... Well, I think the battery that they gave me from the get-go, I bought a battery with the machine, and then I bought another battery. And the battery with the machine had a maximum flight time of like 19 minutes. And it said 27 minutes. New. The battery should have lasted. I never got 20 minutes. And the second battery that I bought started out at like 18 minutes, even though it said 27. Now, if you just hovered it, you might get 22 or 23 minutes. But that, I don't believe that's a good amount of time either. I believe I just got 2 bad batteries. Maybe I even got 2 batteries that were returned, and they may have had, because they have how many times you can cycle them. You know that. And after a battery cycles a certain amount of times, you lose a percentage. But now we're down to 13, 14 minutes of flight time, which is okay because it gives me 3-4 minute videos. But I thought they should last more than a year and a half. Apparently not. So they have a more powerful battery. Well, I had that on charge since 9 o'clock this morning until now. So that was 4.5 hours. After 2 hours after they went blue, after they were fully charged. That's what I have done. I have left the charger on for 2 or 3 hours after. Okay. Thank you. It's just one of those mysteries. There's no way of knowing if you got a brand new battery. There's no way, because you can buy used batteries from DJI for a cheap price. So maybe someone... I bought a battery from DJI for $110, and I got a typewriter ribbon. And I said, there's no battery in this box, and I took a video of me opening up the package with the model number and everything, and sure enough, it wasn't a battery, it was a typewriter ribbon. And luckily I made a video of it. I sent the video and the product back, and they sent me another battery, and then they sent me a battery that I get 13 minutes from. So I think they sent me a used battery, but there's no way to prove it. Oh, God. This bottle of water, this bothers me a lot. To see a whole bottle of water like that. You know what happens when I get bothered by a bottle of water, right? I drink it. I drink it. The first charge, yes. 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 I remember the first charge. In fact, I bought this charger here. I never even used the DJI charger. I bought this 6-way charger. You can charge 4 batteries and 2 USB plugs. And I used this industrial grade charger to charge it. And I left it on. I read online to overcharge it. And I did that. All right, well, we can shut this off now. It's a mystery. I could have got new batteries, and I could have got 2 used batteries right from the get-go. I could have. Well, of course, that when you paint them yellow, luckily I did have it painted yellow because I got 13 minutes from this battery. Without this battery being yellow, I might have got less than 13 minutes. And this one here, I paint. Look at one has more yellow than the other, and this one here, the number 1X, this is the one that lasts the longest because it has more yellow. See, the whole thing is yellow, and this one does not have all yellow. This battery is my number 1 battery. This battery is my backup, number 2 battery. Thank God I painted them yellow right from the get-go. You know what I do really need to get, though? And I need to get the tags. Because the last time, a few times before, I threw the drone up, straight up, and I don't know what happened to it, but it went sideways. I pushed straight up. I was going to go up. I was going to go out of the TCA that I live in, which is where I live. The TCA is about 700 feet. And I was going to go through the TCA, so I had shut off the safeties. And I shut off the sensors because I wanted the extra power to go up. I wanted to go up between 3,000 and 7,000 feet. And I wanted to turn it around in a circle and show that the earth is flat. I mean, you know the earth is flat. I know the earth is flat because we fly, we know. So when you're going up out of the TCA, it went up. I don't know how far it went up. But then it took off on its own and it flew into a coconut tree that was 75 feet high, about 300 feet away. And that was one of the men saw it hit the tree. I don't know. And that man, Rex, the man I always give the money to whenever I see him, I always give him 20 or 50 pesos. That man got my drone back. But had he not gotten the drone back, I might not have gotten it. Found the drone. Thank you. Why more yellow? Thank you, Captain. Captain. Yellow. Captain Billy Jack, he's a flyer. And I was talking about sending up my drone even higher. Oh, man. I was talking about flying, and now I am crying. I got super chat from Captain Billy Jack. Okay. Thank you, Captain. I got super chat because I have the yellow batteries. And Captain Billy Jack felt sorry for me. And I got a thud because you can't hug the pot when you bang the pot. The pot has to be free. Free to bell and ring and things like that. We got the super chat. Imagine that guy listens. Imagine not Captain Billy Jack, but imagine the guy who said what he said, that I said what he said, and what he said was when he called me a liar, and I said what he said is not true, and then he said, "Prove it, Fazio, prove you're not a liar." And then I said, "Well, I have proof that said what you said, that I said what you said is true." And he said, "Prove it, Fazio, prove I'm not a liar." And I said back, "I have proof that you said what you said, and you can't, if you go against what I say, then I'll prove that you're a liar." And he said, "Prove it, Fazio, prove you're a liar." So I said what he said in words, and then somebody else said what he said in video without audio, without video, just audio, because that guy who said what he said with the audio could do that without getting a strike for saying what he said. And if he said what he said with the video in on top of the audio, then that guy could have got a strike. Now that guy is worried that somebody else said what he said is not true, and the guy who put out the audio is afraid of the person that said what he said is a lie, and they want to sue the person that put out the audio, but they can't, because the person that put out the audio is just audio, and of course that goes back to the no case, no face rule. So you want to prove that what I'm a liar, and I wanted to prove that what you said is a lie, and I said what you said is a lie, and you said what I said is not what you said, and what I said is a lie, and then you said for me to prove what you said. But then when I proved what you said, you did not retract what you said. Therefore, when I told you that I had proof that what you said, you didn't believe me. You did not. You disrespected me and didn't answer the question, and you didn't ask that lady to take the video down where what you said in the video was a lie, and then you actually hurt that person's reputation. But you don't care what you say about anything or anybody else what you say, because you have no honor. But I proved that you have no honor because of what you said about me, what I said. That's true. So by saying what you said about me, you took my self-worth and honor away from me. I had to regain that honor amongst the people on YouTube, because what you said is important to me, because it took away a little bit of my honor and my self-worth as a human being. And now by taking away my self-worth, and then you said prove what I said is true, that you said what you said is true. Said what you said is true, and not what I said is true. Well, what I said turned out to be true, and what you said turned out to be not true. But you said what you said, and then you said, prove that what I said is not true. And I said, well, I can prove what you said. And I did. I proved that you're a liar. But by proving that you're a liar, you hurt other people's feelings. But you made me do that. I didn't do that to hurt that other person's feelings. Not only did you hurt that person's feelings, but you caused a rift between her and another lady, and possibly another man. Because what you said is a lie. When you said that you didn't say what I said you said. Don't ever say to me what I say that you said is not what you said. Especially if I say what you said is true, and I say that what you said, I have proof of what you say, don't ever call me a liar. Because if I say what you said is what I know you said, and I have proof of what you said, and you say that you said you didn't say that, and I tell you that I'm going to bring up proof of what you said, and then I bring up proof of what you say, and I say, look, I got proof of what you said, and you have this much time to retract what you said and apologize to me and the lady where you said what you said is not true, and I said what you said is not true on that lady's show. You need to be more accountable for what you said, because you hurt my feelings. You hurt the lady whose show you said that on, who portrayed you as a truth sayer, and that's not true. You are a lot of things. And then your words hurt another lady who said that what you said is not true about her. Now she wants to know who it is that said what you said, and she knows who you are, but she wants me to say who you are so that she can confirm who you are. But she's your friend, not my friend. So don't blame me for what you said about your friend. You are the one that said what you said. Everybody needs to understand that what you said, and what I said, you said is what you said. And if you don't get that, that's not my problem. I have no say-so in the matter. You said what you said. I said what you said is what you said. You said what I said that you said is not true. Then I said, I have proof of what you said is true. And you said, prove what I said you said is true. And then I proved what you said that I said is true. And you didn't retract the statement or make a public apology. Because you said lies. And you made me to look like a liar. But now, who is the person that's telling the truth? I am the person that told the truth. You are the person that made a big fib on YouTube. You fibbed. You're a fibber. You're a big fibber. You're a giant fibber. You fibbed to all your subscribers. You fibbed to my Uncle Popeye. You fibbed to that other lady who feeds the children. You're a fibber. You fibbed, making everybody believe that I was a fibber when you're the fibber. And now that you have been proven to be a big fibber, the biggest fibber ever, the biggest fibber on YouTube, you're a fibber. You fibbed and made it look like I was a fibber, and you think that's okay. That's not okay. I still think that you should apologize, one, to my Uncle Popeye, because he somehow doesn't believe you, and he knows what you are. So that would be the first person to make the apology to. Because you made my Uncle Popeye look like a little foolish, but not so foolish. Because Uncle Popeye did not go against you, but he did not go against me either. So you are the one, you're the denominating factor to make an apology to Uncle Popeye to say, look, I made a mistake. Michael Fazio was the truth sayer. I was the fibber. After Uncle Popeye, then you have to go to the lady who let you say what you said on her show. And then what you said on her show made me look like a fibber. But when I proved that I'm not the fibber, that you're the fibber, and what you said is not what is true. And I said that I could prove what you said is not true. And you said, prove it, what I said is not true. And then when I proved it, you owe the lady an apology. That would be the second person. And maybe you should give her a monetary reward for putting up with your fibs. Because anybody that puts up with the fibs that you put up, she loses a little bit of face too, you know. Now, the other lady that you upset, she was your friend. Maybe she deserves an apology as well. Now, I don't know why she was your friend, because I don't I was your friend for about 2 weeks, and then I realized that everything that you said was not true. And then I dumped you. But that's okay that I dumped you, because you agreed on that. You said what I said is true just now. I was the one that dumped you as a friend when you took the word of another fibber named Warren. So there's a lot of fibbing going on. This community is like fib central. So Warren fibbed, and then the other guy that's friends with Warren, he fibbed, and then you repeated Warren's fibs and the other guy's fibs, and I said that what you said is not true. You can't take the other guy's word. He never told you the truth. But then you said that the guy who is known as the biggest fibber until you came along, now you're the biggest fibber, but the guy who was a bigger fibber than even Warren, who was the world's biggest fibber, you knew he was fibbing, and you repeated his fibs. You're a fib repeater, a repeater of fibs. That guy, you knew it was a fib, and you repeated his fibs to hurt my feelings. And I had proof that you were fibbing, except that I forgot where I stored the proof. I haven't seen that. I hadn't seen that proof in years. I forgot I even had that channel. So then when I remembered, how can I prove that this guy's a fibber, the big fibber? He's the biggest fibber. Then I said, you know what? I have documents in my old drives. Where's my drive? Right here. I have documents in one of these old drives, like this, 3 terabytes. And inside one of those old drives is a Word document. And inside the Word document is a document with the names of my channels that I had going back many years that I don't use anymore. And inside the document is also the passwords. And then I looked up the password. First of all, I was surprised that the channel still existed. Going back, probably haven't put anything on that channel in 2 years. Now I did, though. But you fibbed. You hurt Popeye's feelings, a very sensitive man, Popeye is. You hurt the lady's feelings that allowed you to fib to her. She looks, it takes a little bit of her face, as they say in Asia, away, because she allowed you to be a fibber on her show. Then I had to get somebody else that also had the videos to man up. And then those videos were not even played in their entirety, because all of those videos are the original downloaded videos from 5 years ago, 6 years ago. They're not recorded with video recorders. They were downloaded and stored. So they all have the original faces and people and all that stuff in them. But then you caused a rift, because now the girl that you said that you did things with, she says you never did things with her. And she's upset like you wouldn't believe. But she can't prove that you didn't do those things, because you said those things about her and people believe you over her. But maybe not so much today, but maybe they do. But they don't believe what you said about me is true, because I said what you said is a lie. And they know now that I proved that what you said, that I said that what you said is a lie. But now, somehow she has to prove what you said is a lie, because you took face away from her too. You are a fibber and a stealer of the Asian face. All right, we see comments. Okay, Captain Billy Jack, thank you again. I'm glad you enjoyed my stupid little routine. Yep, you got to be careful when you lie on YouTube. Somebody has, just like that guy Roberto. One of him, either him or one of his friends, has video that I asked them for different videos at different times, and they all, we don't have those videos. One of you has the videos. So you're lying too, but I can't prove you're lying because I don't have the video that you saved. But I know you have that video. But Roberto also said he likes drama. He enjoys the drama on YouTube. Why would I give him the video when I could get the drama aspect out of it? That's what Roberto wanted. He wants drama, and by not giving me the video I requested, caused quite a bit of drama. So that's what you got in regards to Roberto. That's why I don't like him. And I'm never going to like him. And I used to like him, but I don't like him now, and I'm never going to like him in the future. Because if he wants drama, then you know what kind of a person he is. Me, on the other hand, I don't like drama. I hate drama. And I would be the last person on YouTube to... I would be even last after John Blaze, because John Blaze, he likes drama. I don't. I would be last after John Blaze. John Blaze might as well be a drama queen. Might as well name his channel the Drama Queen in Alabama. The Alabama Drama Queen. Because he likes drama. Me, I don't like drama. I'm a very quiet, cool, relaxed, calm guy. And I don't like drama. You know that I don't like drama. If I said I don't like drama, it must be true, right? Because I wouldn't lie to you. No, sorry, Bob. Or John. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. I've been talking now for going on 3 hours. Long enough. And then we have the garbage out there watching the show. They like drama. Oh, God. Those are the garbage bloggers. The people that want to make a comment, but they can't make anything but a troll comment. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to LOL. It's hard to big Fazio. Too funny. You're too funny. It's hard to be good. You know what? You said too big. It's too big? Too big? Did you say too big? Water? It's hard to beat. No, beat Fazio. You're too funny. He's laying in. It's hard to. It's background. It's hard to background. Background, Fazio. You're too funny. Background. Ah! I don't know what that means. Background. Background equals BG. Background. Maybe that's a phrase. Background. Background. Background is usually background information. Oh, boy. I'm taking the spirit out of that joke, that's for sure. Background remover, background check, background image. Ah! Background image. Okay. You know what? I have background. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, to just sit back and in the background. Ah, that I understand. Ah. In the background. It's hard to be in the background. There's a lot of people in the background. That's okay, because you know how many people that are out there that don't ever make a comment on YouTube ever? You'll go to their channel and they have been on YouTube since 2010 and they don't have a subscriber or a video. There are a lot of people out there like that. Ah, 11 people on 10 are background. Okay, I got that. Now I understand, because you want to say something. It's all. Thank you. Well, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I try to put on a show. I mean, I got nothing else to do. In fact, in a month, I'm going to start to go back to do work again. But until then, the doctor said 6 months, sit in that chair for 6 months, and I made a mistake at around the 3-month mark. And I did something thinking I could do what I was doing because it wasn't that strenuous, and I felt my operation. I felt all of where they operated, the 8 inches of scar. I felt part of the scar, but I felt something internal at about the 3-month mark. And when I went to the doctor, he said, look, he said, we're not going to do this again. At your age, you don't want to do this again. And you're not going to be able to work again until 6 months is up, and then you got to start light. He goes, no walking, no swimming, no exercise, no sit-ups, no push-ups, none of that stuff. So, here I am, in 6 months, it would be June, July, August, September, October. We're in October now. November. I have about another 20 days. And then at 6 months is what he said. And then I'm going to go back to work and start working out because I have something that I want to do in a few months. And it's going to require physical activity. If somebody drops a pair of nits between now and then. Oh no, Richie ain't watching. Richie would never be in the background. Rich, you know what? You want to hear something funny, Captain? Richie came on about 2 weeks ago, okay? And he posted, he gave me a $2 super chat, and I thanked him. And then, of course, I flashed his channel on the screen. And then I said, well, I have mixed feelings about Richie Bowen. Him and I should probably never meet. That would be a good thing. But because he likes to post videos to destroy people's personas or personalities. But he does so to everybody across the board. So it's not, I don't take it so personal. But you want to hear what Richie said that was really funny? He goes, I don't make videos anymore. Now, I don't know. I haven't been back to his channel since that day. I don't know if he did or he didn't. I unsubscribed to him a long time ago. But when he said I don't make videos anymore, that would be like, I don't know, it would be like Biden not lying, and Biden is lying. It would be like, it would go against the nature of the individual. Now, I don't know that he is or he isn't. I don't even care. But when he said he doesn't make videos anymore, I don't believe that. I believe he's making videos. I believe that. And I believe he's making videos and storing them. But I don't care. I don't care because I'm beyond that point of caring. Now, the video that he made last time with the shack and that other fella with the electric, how many times do I have to ask that man to take the Fazio challenge? How many times can he back down? So we know where that went. So all that blah, blah, blah and bravado that he put into the, and where they put the words to the picture, all that bravado, that's all false bravado. My mother had bigger boys than he will ever have. So Richie, in a way, brought that to everybody's attention, that all other guy runs off with the mouth. When it comes down to being a man, he's not that much of a man. So in that respect, We proved that. And he proves it every day, more and more every day. But soon, he'll have even more opportunity. He does have, you know what Richie has? Richie has a mind. He has a mind for timestamps and video clips, like Popeye. Oh no, it would be bad that me and Richie met. I don't trust him at all. If I don't trust somebody, it would not be good for me to meet him. I don't trust him. That's why I didn't meet him. If I trusted him, that would be one thing, but he's not trustworthy. He's a backstabbing little fella is what he is. No, he's not trustworthy. And you could tell that by the friends he keeps. It's not complicated. So meeting somebody that you don't trust and know can't be trusted is not a good idea at all. And the people that he trusts are not trustworthy either. Because you trust him, but you don't have anything to not trust him with. I wouldn't trust him to meet him. You don't know me, how I grew up. So the people that he trusted not to put his face on YouTube, put his face on YouTube on purpose. He knows that, I know that, everybody knows that. So the people that he trusted to not show his face in public, that was the plan, betrayed him and showed his face in public. So he trusts people that are untrustworthy. So how could he be trusted if he doesn't have the common sense to trust people that could be trusted? It's a vicious circle. I don't meet and greet people that I don't trust. Now, I meet and greet people that I don't like, but to think that I have to worry about something more than just, bad words being shed, that would be, I'd put Richie in that category. I don't trust him one bit. Well, Richie might be harmless, but the people that he stays with have proven to be jerks on YouTube. Let's call it like that. Let's call a spade a spade. Okay, so, but I still don't trust him because he's just not trustworthy, in my opinion. It's good. It's just, I could have met several people that I don't meet people that drink alcohol, that like are alcoholics that go to bars. I don't meet people that are mongers. There's a lot of reasons. In other words, like, not long ago, let's put it like that. Let me give you a different example. Expat trash, okay? Now they have people that are not above board, right? Now let's just say, just for argument's sake, not only do I know personally one of the people on Expat Trash, but I know that person is a monger and an alcoholic. And I was asked a long time ago to say hello and, hang out and stuff like that. And I just walk away from them. I don't care that that's what they do. It's not my business, actually, what they do. But I don't stay with mongers or people that drink alcohol at all, ever, in life. I don't stay with people that drink alcohol, and I don't stay, and when I moved to the Philippines, I never stayed with a monger, ever. I don't have any friends that do that. I don't have any friends that drink alcohol that I know of. And the people that I did stay with in the Philippines, that drank alcohol every day, that didn't work out so well. When one of them got drunk and said something really stupid, I said, we're done, And So I wasted a lot of time. I worked in bars. I grew up in an Irish Italian neighborhood where everybody got drunk every day and I didn't drink. Captain Billy Jack. Oh boy, now you're trolling. Captain Billy Jack is trolling. Oh yeah, he's a good dude. Oh, he's the best. Number one. Number one in the world. He's the best. He's not a manga. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no. He brought that girl to Manila to teach her what not to be. He did not bring the girl to Manila for malicious reasons. Would never do anything like that. He brought the girl to Manila to show her what the other seedy side of life is and what not to be in life. I agree with you. He's a good guy. I agree. he wanted to. It's like my father, right? He reminds me a lot about my father. My father, I don't know how old I was, but I do know it was after 1960 and probably 61 or 62. I could have been 6 or 7 years old because we had a 10 horsepower Mercury motor on the back of a wow, I forgot the name of the boat. It wasn't a Boston Whaler. Imagine me forgetting the name of my first boat. Anyway, he had a 10 horsepower motor on the back of this Mercury, on the back of this boat. And we went to Tombstone Beach. And my father said there was crabs in the... This is in 1960. This is when there was 1 billion crabs in Jamaica Bay. Maybe 10 billion crabs. So at low tide, the water would go out and there'd be seaweed. And there'd be crab claws sticking out of the seaweed. And my father said, don't touch the crabs. And I did. And the crab grabbed my right pinky finger. And when it was a small crab like that. And when I was screaming like that, and I was trying to get it off, eventually it actually cut my finger and on the meat on my finger and put a hole in my little fingernail. I was only 6 years old. And my father said, I told you don't touch the crabs. Now, I never forget him saying that. And that hurt. And it ripped my finger apart. So my father actually brought me to Tombstone Beach to teach me a lesson about don't touch the crabs. And that's why they went to Manila, to show that beautiful young lady not to do this and don't do that. It was a lesson to be learned, not for any nefarious purpose. No, it was a black Mercury motor. Crab wisdom. Crab farming wrench. You know what? I could, oh man, look up. 1960. 10 horsepower Mercury. Maybe that was a 20 horsepower Mercury. Mark 10. Mark 10 had a green and silver wrap around it. Okay, so it had to be after 1960. Okay, so it had to be after 1960. Black. Let's look up black. Black. Okay, let's look that up. Yeah, all right, here it is. No, here it is, right here. Okay, here it is, right here. My memory is pretty damn good. And this is the motor right here. (1960) 10 horsepower Black Mercury. I remember they bought the boat and the motor at the boat show, and at the same time, at the same day. It was $300 for the boat. I don't know how much the motor was. And I forgot the name of the boat. So, it was an imitation Boston Whaler. I forgot the name of the boat. I'll remember it one day. But anyway, that motor, and I remember that because he used to let me, it was a handheld throttle. And my dad brought me to that beach to teach me what not to do with crabs. And that's why that fella brought the lady to Manila, to teach her what not to do, what not to be, how not to be that type of a girl. It was a lesson to be learned. He's a very, very caring person, very, very giving person too. He's given a lot of people a lot of money. Very, very, very generous man. Very generous man. You know that. And you were trolling me there. You thought you were going to pull me into that troll. What the heck was the name of that boat? Imitation Boston Whaler. It wasn't a whaler though. 1960. Well, that upsets me. 1960. Imitation. Boston Whaler. WHALER. No, I see Boston Whaler. It wasn't a Boston Whaler, but it was a great boat. That boat is still today, it's still behind one of my relatives' houses. So it lasted 70, 80, 90, 2000, 10, 20, 30, 75 years old that boat is. 75 years. A $300 fiberglass boat lasted 75 years. But that pisses me off to not remember the kind of boat that was. The 10 was a $300. $300 they paid for a 14.5-foot boat. Looked like a Boston Whaler, but it wasn't a Boston Whaler. But it did have a double bottom, but not double sidewalls. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm ever going to... You're going to sleep now? Oh, that's from a long time ago. What was the name of that boat? You guys are not helping me at all. Imitation Whaler Review, okay? I'm still looking for this, but it's not happening. It's a major brand, too. It wasn't like I don't remember. All I see is Boston Whaler. Not a Nantucket, not a Nanset, not a Carolina skiff. All right, well, we're not going to find it. Sorry about that. I'll remember it one day, and I'll make a whole video about it. Fathers are full of crab wisdom. I'll never forget that. I will never, ever forget that crab latching onto my pinky, and I was like this, screaming. Tears were coming out of my eyes. And you know what my father was doing? He was laughing. I think he was laughing too hard to react, and he never did react. The crab eventually let go, I guess. I don't even know how the crab let go, but I know I was crying. It hurt. It grabbed right onto my little pinky, and it was a small crab, so they had really sharp little pincers, and it cut my finger wide open, probably as far, deep, hurt, big pain, hurt like a lot. Crab farming wrench. Back then, some lakes not restricted. Well, there was a 10 horsepower motor for lakes, but the black one was made for the ocean. Did I have No, the barge had a Murray and Togertha 0707 unit, an azimuth unit with a 66-inch bronze prop that weighed 900 pounds. 900 pounds. And it had two 671s. Each 671 was low compression. I think they were 165 horsepower each. It was 330 horse. And the two motors went into one twin disc transmission. So there was a big triangular transmission in the back of the two motors that went over the drive shafts. And you could have one motor running the propeller and one motor was for the steering and the hydraulics. Or you could put both motors together for power. The motor package was $200,000 for only the motor package, not the barge or the crane. Back then, but I didn't buy it new, so I bought it used. But the propeller would spin around continuously 360 degrees. I could show it to you. Only no John boats. No, it wasn't a John boat. Okay, so I could go here, and I could show you the propeller. The propeller was, you needed a crane. You definitely needed a crane to pick up the propeller. There was no way. Okay, cancel that. You needed the crane. You needed a crane. The crane on the barge. And 3 hours of hitting that bronze prop with a torch to heat it up. And then I had to make a wheel puller. And then on top of the wheel puller and heating up the prop diameter, the diameter of the shaft was 7 inches. And it was an A-taper prop. So it was on there from 1942. And in 1998, I sold the barge to a guy in Cat Island. And I had to take the propeller off because the seal around the propeller leaked. And that seal was available to buy. Actually, you could buy the seal kit from a guy in Canada. I have his name somewhere. And that seal kit was $500 for the seal that went around where the prop was. But you had to take the prop off. P-R-O-P. You had to take the prop off to get to the seal. And then after the prop, then there were like 12 bolts that you had to take off also, 12 more bolts. And then you had to pull the seal out. This is the barge. This is the crane. And these are 40-foot spuds. It's called a spud barge. This is the pilot house over here. And now I'm gonna be taking the prop off. This is the prop. See the prop here? That prop is 66 inches and weighed 900 pounds. Solid bronze. So this is, that shaft there, I think it was 6 3/4 of an inch. But the shaft, the propeller had been on the barge from 1943. And the seal was under this housing here, right under here. So I had to put a crane, a strain, S-T-R-A-I-N, on the propeller with the crane. And then I built, if we go back over here, I built a tool, a wheel puller out of 1-inch bolts. The guy in Canada told me how to build the wheel puller. And I built a wheel puller out of 3/4 inch, 1/2 inch plate steel and 1 1/4 inch head bolts, but 3/4 inch bolts. And then you put the two long bolts through the propeller, in through the propeller, down into this area here. And at the bottom of the propeller was threads. You had to clean out those holes. It was 60 years of muck and dirt and rust and stuff inside the holes. They're wheel puller holes. They were made for a wheel puller, to put a wheel puller in there. That's how you pull the prop off. All right, well, I could show you this. This is me trying to straighten out the prop with an 18-pound sledgehammer. And I beat on that prop for a long time. I don't know, 5 minutes, to bend the tip of the prop just a few, 1/2 of an inch. And it was bronze. The prop was navy bronze steel. That's the prop right there. So those people out there that make fun, oh, you owned a barge, big deal. Yeah, I know, big deal. None of you people on YouTube could ever own this barge and run it. You have to have like 8 different skill sets, and then you have to be willing to risk your life every day when you go to work. One or the other, and both. Now, I don't know. I probably put these videos together. You can't see I have a video of the wheel puller that I built, but it's out of it's out of order. The prop should have come off last. But anyway, that's the prop, and that's what one of the jobs that I had to do. That I had to prepare the boat. Because if I would have brought the barge, I had to bring the barge. I brought $100,000 worth of equipment with the barge to Cat Island in the Caribbean, but it should have been on top of the deck. But then they would want import fees into the Caribbean. So the guy that bought the barge from me, he sent a representative to Miami, and we worked out a deal. So, but anyway, that's SEAL, and that unit that you see. Oh, I never told you why I'm showing you the unit. The unit that you see here, this would rotate 360 degrees. So the prop is facing this way. It would rotate down, then it would rotate back up. 360 degrees continuous rotation. It didn't have a stop. It was called an azimuth. It goes around in a circle forever. If you put the hydraulics in a circle forever, it goes around forever till you run out of fuel. So the propeller spins, and then the unit comes up, and it goes up straight up in the air, and it goes straight down, or any position in between, and then it rotates in a circle. I have video of that somewhere. I should have did a lot more video. You got to remember, this was 1988. Nobody had video cameras back then. I didn't get a video camera till like 1998. I bought the barge in 88. There are no video of 1988 barge. I wish I did have some of the jobs I did. But I don't. So Richie made fun of the work I did on the barge. Richie and I together would have lasted, well, not a long time. I guarantee you that. So, yeah, he owned a barge, big deal. Yeah, okay. You wouldn't even know how to start up the motors. Anyway, so there were parts available for the barge, but you had to pay $5,000 US. It was a graphite seal. It wasn't like a rubber seal. It was rubber involved. But the seal was two graphite plates that walked against each other forever. And being that they were in a bath of oil, of 90 weight oil, they did not wear out. So they lasted 75 years. Plus, I don't know how many thousands of miles they put on the barge when it was in the Great Lakes, but I put 7,000 or 8,000 miles on that barge at 4 miles an hour. It was 1,700 miles back from Michigan, 1,700 miles to Miami, and then 400 miles to Cat Island. So that's 4,000 miles. And then I drove it all over New York and up and down the Hudson River, on Long Island Sound, Long Island. I drove it all over the place. I would just get in the barge, and it would take me 18 hours to go 25 miles sometimes. I would get on the barge at like 3 o'clock in the morning, start up the motors, and head towards New Rochelle, which was only like 60 miles. Maybe less than that. Maybe 35 miles. And it took 2 days to go 35 miles because the tide and the wind were against me. Real man stuff, not that sissy shit that you see on YouTube. Real man stuff. That's why the fella, he don't want no part of that. No part of that Fazio challenge thing. No part of that. And if he does, he'll let us know soon enough. He said he was gonna let us know. He talked about that. Gonna get that opportunity to say yes or no. It's not a question. Can't force the Fazio challenge on anybody ever, but it would be good that he said yes. That would solve so many problems. Oh, that would solve. It would be like the problem solver of YouTube. I could be vindicated. He could be vindicated. We could be vindicated. It would be good. It would be good. It would be good for you. It would be good for me. It would be good for him. It would be good for everybody. It would be a good show. We'd put on a really big show, really good show. Let's see what happens. We'll be seeing soon enough, too. DNC is in the house. DNC knows about that. What was the name of that boat? What was the name of that boat I had? I had that boat for 35 years, and I don't remember the name of the boat. Wasn't a Boston Whaler. It wasn't a John boat. It wasn't a Carolina skiff. Jeez. Hard to believe. It really is hard to believe. You have a boat for 35 years and you forget the make of the boat. I'm going to find out the name of that boat. What was the name of that boat? 14-foot. Almost Boston Whaler. Let's take a look here. I bought a Boston Whaler. Images for Boston Whaler. Boats that look like Boston Whalers. Visibility. YouTube site. The repeat search with omitted results. Nope. I'm not going to find it. Let's try this. Let's look at Boston Whaler lookalikes. LOOK likes. LAKES. Boats similar to Boston Whaler. Boat Biscuit. Freeman boats. Sea Fox. No. See, this is all new boats. These are all new boats, not old boats. Clone, well, underneath different names. We'll take a shot at this one. But these are all new design Boston Whaler boats. That boat's like from the 90s. I had one of those with a friend of mine had one. It was a nice boat. He had a 90 horse on that boat. Same motor, that 90 horse Evinrude, like that. No, we're not going to find it. I'm going to have to remember it. I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. All right, well, people stop talking. Captain Billy Jack, thank you for the BG background. BR, the background. Thank you for the background. Thank you for the super chat. Let's go here. Does Captain Billy Jack, does he have a channel? No. Bruce Springsteen, Old Farm. No, he doesn't have much. He's quiet. Man, thank you, Captain Billy J. I want to remember that name as soon as I hang up this cell phone. I'm going to remember that name. I ain't going to remember it anytime soon, though. Boy, that is weird. That is really weird, to forget the name of your boat. Everybody, thanks for watching. And I never ask anybody to put the thumbs up. So we have 150 to 200 views on this video, maybe more. And I got 10 thumbs up. Great. Great stats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Not that I care. I don't care about that. I never cared about that, and I'm never going to care about that. I got nothing to do, and it's raining out. Look forward to another video just like this tomorrow. Because if I have nothing to do and it's raining out, that'll give you something to do by watching me do nothing. Hey, Philip. I saw that $2.58 dinner in Vietnam. Philip is in Vietnam. And Vietnam, I've eaten food from all over America. I've eaten food from Panglao, Aruba, and Coron islands in the Caribbean. And I've eaten food from Cat Island, also in the Upper Eleuthera chain in the Caribbean. It's almost the British Dutch West Indies at the top end. And I've eaten food from Philippines, all over America, Midwest, New York, and California. And I've eaten food in Vietnam. Vietnam has the best tasting food of all the food, but not seafood. If you want the best tasting seafood, a cold water lobster is 10 times better than a freshwater lobster. So you have the Caribbean lobsters. But if you want the best seafood that I ever ate in my life, definitely was Panglao, Curacao, and Aruba, and Cat Island. I don't know why. I guess the ocean, it just makes the fish taste better there. But I used to go diving at the DIIVERS Hotel. Actually, I would be diving right now. October 2nd to October 11th, every year. Every year. And we would dive with the consulate from the Panama Canal. The dignitaries, all colonels and majors, and the consulate secretary and their wives, maybe 26, 28 people from the consulate from the Panama Canal, the people that were in charge of the Panama Canal back in 1980. Oh, the food there was so good. And it was free. It wasn't free, but we paid something for the unlimited amount of food. And I don't remember what it was. And you could have all the lobster, all the shrimp, all the flounder, all the mussels, all the clams. You could eat all day. There was somebody cooking that stuff all day. And it was good food. I mean, imagine being able to eat all the seafood and you don't have to cook any of it. And it was real butter and real lemons for the seafood. God, that was good. Walleye, well, if you get it from a clean lake, I had walleye up in Traverse City, Michigan. Big eye walleye, I think they call it. Or big eye bass, one of them. But I had walleye. In fact, there was a bar that we stayed in. Walleye. Was it the walleye? It was one of those fish. It was some sort of trout. But I had walleye. Walleye is good. Had a lot of grunts when I lived in Michigan. A lot of grunt. And then ice fishing, we'd have the ice fish, whatever they were. Yeah, my diet. Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I'm on day 51. I started eating something called Chinese cabbage, and I boil that with a little bit of garlic and lemon juice, and 100 grams of that is 12 calories. So 4 ounces so up until day 51, I lost 47 or 48 pounds and 10 inches off my waist up until day 51. And that was 6 days ago. Then on day 51, I started eating a couple of 100 grams, 300 grams or 12 ounces of Chinese pichay. That's 36 calories. Because I started to get weak when I would go walking around. I started to get tired. So I said, well, let me eat something for a week. Because I talked to one of the dietitians and the doctor. They said, you go off the diet for a week, eat like, small meals, and then go back on the diet. So that's where I'm at now. I got like 2 more days of Chinese pichay. So the 300 grams of Chinese pichay is 12 ounces. And then that is 36 calories for the day. And then there's about 15 calories of garlic. So that's 50 calories, about 20 calories of calamansi juice, that's 70 calories, and then about 50 calories of a half a spoon of mayonnaise. Well, I'm eating about 100 calories a day of food. And since I started eating that for 6 days, I lost an additional inch off my waist. So altogether, I lost 11.5 inches off my waist. I don't know what my weight is, but I lost 47 or 48 pounds plus another inch off the waist, so it could be 5 or 6 more pounds. So I guess I'm at about 55-pound weight loss and 11.5 inches off my waist. I just haven't been to the hospital in 2 weeks to weigh myself. I was at the hospital 10 days ago, but I didn't weigh myself. There was a madhouse inside there. I'd only stopped in to give them fruit and vegetables. I buy the doctors and the nurses $10 worth of fruit and vegetables, and I just bring it into the room where the doctors that helped me with my operation, the 6 or 7 nurses in the room, and I buy 30 oranges for the nurses and then 20 oranges for the doctor, the 2 doctors. So they each get 10 oranges to take home, and then somewhere between 24 and 30 oranges for the nurses. And they do whatever they want with it. So I only stopped in to drop that off, and I didn't weigh myself. So I'll weigh myself sometime this week. I'll let you know. But I'm at 11.5 inches off the waist and 55 pounds in weight. I forget all about that. I forget that I can eat today. That's what I forget. I forgot that I have not thought about food, but thanks for reminding me. Bok choy. Yeah, you know what, Philip? The bok choy is But I talked about that in yesterday's live stream. The bok choy, way better than the Chinese pad thai, way better. And it's the same exact price. Here, look, I'll turn this around. I won't even get 3 letters. B-O, bok choy, right there, bok choy. Bok choy calories. For 100 grams of bok choy, 13 calories. And this is what bok choy looks like. Right here. It's got like a bulb at the bottom of it. Way better taste, way better. I think when I go back to eating, I'm gonna start eating bok choy with the same garlic and lemon. Again. So and it's the same exact price. Not only is it the same calories, 13, it's like 4 calories an ounce. It's like 3 calories, 3 1/3 calories per ounce. So you could eat 16 ounces of bok choy and you'd be eating 48 calories. That's a good deal. And I haven't had any this week, but I've had it before, and I forgot all about it. I thought it was more calories, but it's not. So you could eat a pound of that and still be only consuming 50 calories. I don't eat avocados. That's just fattening. That's 1.3 million calories in one avocado. I don't know why this camera keeps shutting off. Did you guys just see it? Did the camera go on and off? I don't know. So Philip Janik, I'm going to get your link up there, and then I'm going to go because I've been on now for like 45 minutes. I'm done talking. How come it won't go there? Okay, let's go to the channel. We'll get Philip's channel on here. Well, Philip is in Vietnam, and anybody that wants to go or learn about Vietnam, you can ask Philip. He's in Vietnam now. And the food in Vietnam is way better than the food in the Philippines. Way better. And there's no comparison. None at all. Tastes better. It's cheaper, way cheaper. And it tastes way better. For what is it, 75,000 dong, you could have a full 75,000 dong is like less than a dollar or $1.50. How much, Philip? How much is 75,000? 25,000 dong was 50 cents. So it would be $1.50. 75,000 dong would have been about $1. For $1.50, you could go into a restaurant. They give you a soup bowl about 7 inches in diameter and 2 inches thick. Then they give you a bowl of vegetables next to that. In the soup are 2 sausage links. The vegetables next to that, and then on the outside on a separate plate, you get an egg roll, a good size egg roll. For $1.50. To eat it all, you got to be hungry. The average person, that would fill up. The average person, what they give you. The soup there's got to be a liter of soup in the bowl. Right, 24,000 dong is $1, right? because I was buying sandwiches, the egg, sausage, ham on a Hero. 2 eggs, sausages, and ham with mayonnaise on a piece of bread about 6 inches long for 25,000 dong. So that was $1. They were $1 a piece. You're not going to get a sandwich like that in the Philippines for $1. It ain't going to happen. You pay $1 for freaking. You pay $1.50 for three shrimp balls like this. It's just bread. Or 4 shrimp balls. I don't eat that crap, but you're not going to get. So 75,000 dong is $3. But $3 will fill you up. And then 25,000. I don't remember the names of the foods. You're there eating that stuff. At that time, I would know if I looked at the menu. But you're talking about a whole meal for $1. And then not only that, but the hotel that I stayed at, I didn't know. I had gotten a hotel room, and the next morning, when I woke up, there was a whole platter of food, and a bottle of water, and that was free. So then I left for the day. I went to the Russian museum. It's like the American War Museum, but I went to the Russian museum. And when I came home, there was another box of food hanging on my door at lunchtime. And I had that. And then when I went out to have dinner. I went out to have dinner. And when I got back, there was another box of food for dinner. So for $20, they gave us 3 meals with the room a day. Now, I don't know if that was normal, or she just liked me because I made her laugh. Who knows? I would imagine that was standard procedure. But for $20 a day to get 3 meals for each day, 3 meals a day, that was a good deal. Subway sandwich, ba me, okay. Okay. Well, that would be like what I paid $1 for, right? 25,000 dong. Not only that, but when I bought those sandwiches, the day I bought them, it was the first day I was there. So I said to the fella, you give me, I ate one. And I had one, and I said, oh, these are really good. You give me 3 more. He gave me 4 and charged me for 3. And the same thing happened with a lady that I bought sandwiches on a different day. Same thing. I'm going, these people are giving food away. And it wasn't like I went back there every day. But one place I did go for the soup, like 3 times. They had, that soup was so good. God, that food was just so good there. All right. Well, everybody, thanks for stopping by. I didn't run across anybody that spoke English in Ho Chi Minh City. I would have to take a picture in my phone. Where is this place? And they would tell you right away. They would point you in the direction. The girl at the hotel spoke English, but on the street, pharmacy, I wanted to buy ibuprofen, aspirin. They had no idea what aspirin was. Then when I showed them One pharmacy had 8 ibuprofen and a few aspirin. And then another one had like 10 of each. No one would give me any painkillers because I was sick, and no one would give me antibiotics. I had gotten the bird flu when I was there. Bad. Anyway, thanks for watching. All right, Philip, thanks for stopping by. I got somebody waiting for me on Facebook. I'll talk with you guys later. Bye-bye for now. I'm being Permy from the Philippines, which of course means take care always. From Rabbi. Oh yeah, we should talk about tomorrow. I think we'll talk about the war in Israel. The great state of Israel. They are at war with the Palestinians. That's not a good thing. Pink Floyd said it on the Animals album. I looked over Jordan and I seen things are not what they seem to be. And it's been brewing ever since. Gonna get bad. Gonna get real bad. Ignat Pod. Amping Parmi means is Visaya. It's Filipino language, and it means take care always. Take care always. Amping Parmi. Amping Parmi Pod means you too. You take care always. Bye-bye for now. Thanks for stopping by. And the war in Israel, with the great state of Israel, this is going to get nasty. They're gonna take another $200 billion from the American taxpayer to help the great state of Israel. It's going to happen. You might not see it. I bet they already have a bill to give Israel $100 billion. Right now, today, I bet you the bill is has already been drafted. It was probably drafted a month ago. This is my water. I would say that Israel is going to ask America for $100 billion worth of war equipment. At least. Probably $200 billion. Because if Ukraine got $200 billion, then Israel got to get at least $200 billion, right? Can't have one without the other. And you got to remember, Mr. Netanyahu, not the president anymore, he's back in the political venue. So what Netanyahu wants, Netanyahu gets. You guys need to remember that. Watch what happens. He's back. He never left, but now he's back, Mr. Netanyahu. He's not President Netanyahu. Not now, but he's in charge. Rest assured. You mark my words. The great state of Israel. And not only is Mr. Netanyahu back, but yesterday at about 5 o'clock, he re-enlisted into the IDF. Israeli Defense. He re-enlisted as an active duty soldier so that he could command the IDF, Israeli Defense. I think it's called the Israeli Defense, IDF, right? IDF, yeah, the IDF. Anyway, Mr. Netanyahu re-enlisted, from what I understand, yesterday about 5 o'clock, so that he could be a full active member in the Israeli Defense mechanism and control the whole thing. Oh yeah, that's going to be real interesting. I figure that the taxpayers of America will shell out about $200 billion because there's going to be reparations. We also have to rebuild Israel because those the Hamas, they did a lot of infrastructure damage, and Israel did a lot of infrastructure damage to them as well. So we have to rebuild both countries' infrastructure. America does because Mr. Netanyahu is going to request that we rebuild both infrastructure, especially Israel. Oh, and Donald Trump, he's getting ready. Donald Trump got his knee pads. Oh, he's ready. He's ready for when they come to Congress and ask for money. Donald Trump, John F. Kennedy Jr., they all got those custom Congress knee pads with the extra layer of foam with a bib. They got a bib with that. They are ready. They're all hooked up. They're all hooked up. That's going to cost America about $200. All right, I got to go. I got somebody waiting. Bye-bye for now. Thanks for stopping by. I'm Bing Parmy from Rabbi Jew Barker in the Philippines, baby. That's right. Oy vey and shalom. 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 Right, Mr. Netanyahu, shalom. Mr. Netanyahu, shalom. He is gonna do what he always wanted to do. It's what they do. They take American taxpayer dollars. Where those dollars go, no one knows. It's not up to us to know where the dollars goes. They don't want us to know. Netanyahu is back in the military. Donald Trump has got his new knee pads. He's got them at his side. He'll go bang his head on the wall soon. He'll be banging his head on the wall soon. Donald Trump and the rest of his family. Mark my words, it's gonna get bad. They're gonna do bad things. You'll never hear the bad things that they do, though. They're bad people. They're very bad people. And you just keep listening to the American news, and you get brainwashed to believe what happened. But I don't think we're getting the truth. I don't think we're getting the truth. I read an article yesterday. It was a long article. The first article that came out, I'll give you the link. It's a pretty good article. The first article that came out is the only article with the information that's in the article. Every other article has different information. Up and down the numbers go by 500, 600. Let me read this first. Hold on. I have mail. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. If you're watching, and you might be watching because you just sent me the mail. Thank you for that. I gotta find this. Scott Del Fuego sent me this news article. This is I think that this is the best news article on what happened in Israel and with Hamas. I think it is. It's the fairest news article. I don't believe what I'm hearing in the news now. This news article, I think it was unbiased. I think it was unbiased because the numbers that we're getting now from the original attack are completely different than the numbers that were in this news article. Now, if they're different, that's one thing. But if one news agency is saying 1,000 more and another news agency is saying 600 less, that's a disparity of 1,600 people alive or passed away. Something got to be, somebody's making a mistake. But the first news article, how would they know anyway? I mean, how would you know how many people within like 5 hours? How would you know how many people died? I don't think it's possible. But the first news article has the only reasonable numbers. The other ones have double the statistics, half the statistics. It's like they were guessing. The first one has what could be reasonable statistics, but the newer, I saw one news article where perhaps 700 people were injured seriously, and then another news article the same day at the same time this morning that 1,700 Israelis were injured. And then I saw injury lists for Hamas at 500, and I saw injury lists for Hamas at 1,500. So there's a disparity of 1,000 people. How's that possible? If they're injured, that means that they were accounted for. If they're missing, they're not accounted for. And one thing I should say about this whole thing, it's quite convenient that that it happened right in the middle of all the controversy of the fires in Hawaii. It's really is it really? Because now no news feed. I used to get news feed every day from about the statistics in Hawaii. I haven't seen a single article in 15 hours about that. From last night when I went to bed till the time I woke up this morning. Not even one article. And I usually get 3 or 4 news feeds on Hawaii. At any one time I roll through the news. Now nothing. Quite convenient. I'm being permanent. That'll give you something to think about. 200 billion. That'll give you something to think about too. Gotta go. I got somebody waiting. Bye-bye. Thanks again.